Namaskar, good morning, good day. Speaking from Bharat, India. This is my name on certificate, date July 10, 2020. One more day of life of this year of Corona, and one more day for problems on earth. One more day for mentality, stupidity, and depression, and unknown, not traceable. This day, a day which is unknown, like all other days. Tomorrow, this day shall become known, but tomorrow would become unknown. This is happening every day in this era of COVID. This is year of you can say COVID 19, COVID 19, Corona name, but its full form, its total abbreviation is COVID 19. COVID 19, mine and yours, COVID 19 does not listen to anybody. It does its way like a dedicated, sincere worker. This is COVID 19. We should learn from COVID 19 how to work. We should learn COVID 19 about sincerity, regularity, commitment. COVID 19 is different, and I think that very different COVID 19, and I respect it as far as its punctuality, its sincerity, its commitment, its devotions are concerned. But human human could not understand till now because it's only more than 6 months or 7 months, 8 months like that. Nobody knows exactly. But it takes us years to learn something, and even then we don't learn. COVID says you change, you learn fast as possible. But we don't respect COVID also because we think COVID is eating us. Yes, it's eating us. It's eating us and it shall eat us because we are food for COVID. We are food for COVID. This food is excessive too much. It will take time for COVID to eat it. What can we do? We cannot do anything because COVID is COVID. What can we do? We cannot do anything because COVID is COVID. COVID is COVID. I can say we are nowhere in comparison to COVID. COVID, COVID. What should I say? Know what to explain about COVID. We can only speculate. We can only scapulate and do nothing else. Every day, informations come in some country. Lockdown relaxation is being given. In some country, is being reimposed partly, like in many countries. In Uttar Pradesh, Bharat, it has been declared at 55 hours for it should be complete lockdown except for essential services. Yes, we can understand point of view of trial and error. It's happening in France as well, that there are such in many sectors, you can say, where they are considering whether to lock down again or to government. Something is going on like that. Similarly, in England, they are opening something and worried also. As well as in USA, same thing, same happening. Nobody is sure about this. Well, such a wonderful army is working on Earth, which was never expected. And army is army. We can say this army, it's God's army. It's God's army, and God's army is much more powerful than nation's army. Who has come back in name of Corona? I cannot say which soul it is, but certainly it is very, very strong soul. I think so far strongest on earth because in this science time, engineering time, advancement time, no one is able to know. and political disputes are going on everywhere, and this is really surprising, and I think untenable that it is time for politics or it is time for protection of people of world. If we can't understand this, that this is time for fighting politically, or this is time for war, or this is time for serving humanity. Well, I consider humanity is first priority, should be and must be and is in papers, not in fact. Humanity must be first priority because people are so devil, so big devil, they are taking advantage of this calamity, this natural imposition of forces. And some are enjoying in politics, some are taking benefit of seats, some are taking benefits of something. They are not supposed to do that. But because they are of criminal nature, they are doing that. Israel, Palestine, what's happening, everybody knows. They want to eat Israel's land, they want to snatch Israel's land. And same thing happening elsewhere, what's happening in Syria, what's happening in others. Everybody wants to get benefit out of this economical benefit, political benefit, and all such benefits. And there have been disputes over vaccine innovation. People are not speculation about that, only interest in money. It's a time for looting, it's time for that. Foul. Behind it happened, the side effects of COVID. You can say side effect of COVID. People are recovered but fully not treated, and this happens. I'm surprised there's no medical attention, absolute medical attention to people of this country, and you know, testing is failure, sheer failure in our country, and also many other countries. Sheer failure of testing means test is route to find how many people are being infected or have been infected. That is only testing can tell us. But if you avoid something that can tell you something, if you avoid that, this means you are not interested to know facts, to know exact figure, and you just want to be given news to what you think is right. But you see, such temporary arrangements not work permanently. Facts would come in front one time. Nobody can stop that. If you want to stop facts, that is not right. And one more point I can tell because of COVID-19, world social change. World social change, when I'm calling social change, means society is changed, morals have gone, ethics have gone, and impatience has come in, patience has gone, standards have dropped all over the world. What we used to think before is no more valid as a human, as an individual, and all like us, like me, used to think that people in this area are intelligent, people in that area, that continent are intelligent, Western are intelligent, or British are intelligent, or USites are intelligent, Europeans are intelligent. We used to think like that in our country. When I was young, was kid. Later on, I got understanding when I worked with them what they are actually. They were exposed. Otherwise, we used to think that there are glass roads in France, Paris. There is no glass roads. There is no glazed roads. Just thinking, sitting distant, and you see a mountain. Mountain looks very beautiful, but when you go near that mountain, you find it is nothing but some rocks and, and weeds, or you can say plants, natural plants. When we sit here and see, oh, America is like that, and America is like this, and England is like that, and Canada is like that, and this and that. Oh my God, all imagination, sky level imagination. Imagination, sky level, and we think, oh, we are too inferior, they are too superior. We are not intelligent, they are intelligent. We don't have mind, they have mind. This thinking automatically compacts in us. Compact, I'm saying, because this is not consolidated. This is just compacted to something. Somebody packs in our mind. They say this society is like that. You society is like that. You people are not brilliant. You cannot understand. Those people are master of sciences and you can say engineering and common sense. They are scientific people and they are just ruthless, orthodox paradox. I can say rubbish. But COVID-19 is an exposure. COVID-19 is a research scholar. COVID-19 innovator is an exponent to advise us and tell us, listen, don't underestimate yourself. All people are same on earth. In this scenario, we have seen people from all over the world have been involved in fighting with COVID-19, though no one can fight with this. We say fighting. No one is available in the world who can fight COVID-19. Only it is in talks and statements. COVID-19 is very powerful. It's God's saint, it's God's manager, it's God's representative. So no one has any capacity to fight with this. It's more than 8 months, and science are still telling that it's not possible to find facts of this. From where did it originate? We'll never know that. This means science is also not to that level it should have been. So science is also at low profile. Nobody can know nature. And that's where problem lies in. When we don't know something, we have to accept just what we think is right or wrong. It's only, not proven formula, just simple, okay, fine, it happens this way, that way. Boosting doesn't work here, facts work here. Statement is very easy to give that we will improve this, we'll resume this, we will do that, we will do this. Speaking is very easy. Whoever wants to speak can speak. There is no lock on your mouth. All leaders speak something, let them speak. Who bothers about them? Because they are political leaders. This business is there to win seats and keep confidence on people and so that they continue in their jobs. So other people's jobs have gone. Those who are real workers, they have gone. Real employers have lost their jobs or shall lose soon. Means crores jobs have gone and more crores will go because it's happening virtually like that. We should understand this point. This is very, very important point. All impacts, I have seen even institutions are silent, they are not speaking anything, they are thinking something irrelevant. So, what we should do that COVID-19 is my teacher, your teachers, professors, dean, it's everything, is guru, and this guru has told change your life everywhere. And I heard that 2 days back one news, a very bad, sad news. Okay, I told you, I remember, but one drive with France, I think France or England, either of these two, because there are so many news coming in. I really change, I can't remember. One driver stopped one person about mask. He did not allow him to enter bus. That young boy was very angry, and there was a scuffle between two driver and that passenger, and driver lost his life. With a small question, please wear mask, don't come on bus. If you're not, it's such small point to see. Wearing mask is a problem for some people. For 50 to 60% people, 70% people are not interested to wear mask. What's the pity? You are only objecting your mask. You are wearing pant, you are wearing shirt, you are wearing trousers, you are wearing your other dresses. You take out those dresses, you are not even interested to wear mask. What sort of person you are? It's for you. It's for your safety. It's for your people's safety. Your home safety. It's not for driver. It's not for me. If you are wearing mask, it's for yourself. Not for government. Not for public. It's public safety. And moreover, you have no right to infect others. If you don't wear mask, this means others can be infected by you. You can leave your droplets in here. That's also can somebody else unknown can inhale that. So who are you? What right you have got? You are indirectly intending to infect others. This means you are having criminal mindset. You are happy, you are not concerned about you, and also you are not concerned about others. That's point here is very important. We have to consider that into totality. Means humanity has become mad actually. And in case just let's say that one is pub owner, means where drinks are served. Pub owner in England, he he decided not to allow youth below 25 enter his pub because these are indisciplined people. They don't listen. They sit crowded and shoulder to shoulder. They don't listen to maintain social distance. They don't listen to do anything. They don't wear masks. They don't listen to anybody. and they endanger lives of seniors sitting there using same pub. So that on a saying that I won't allow these people below 25. That's the reference that 25 people up to 25 young, they don't listen, they are kids, they are, So, and this can also lead to dispute. I understand, but what to do? Because I know people are not listening. They don't want to listen. I don't know reason behind that. What's the reason why don't they listen? This is unfortunate that I can say some depression, a degree of depression, a degree of stupidity, and a degree of you say madness, or a discipline. Sorry, a degree of violation of discipline. All these have entered humans. It's not only kids or youth. All I have seen people. They don't like to be, and I really don't like it. How you can't explain to each and every individual? It's not possible. You cannot tell that if you get COVID, you get corona. You not only you would get it, your your family members shall also get it. There are every possibility when Brazil president can get it, when Israel co-PM can get it, when many others can get it. They are under security. They are big people, politicians. They have every kind of facility. If they can get it, what's my value? What's your value? We are ordinary, normal people walking on road, walking in crowd, and meeting all all air particles. We do not know, but certainly we meet. And even WHO said that wherever you go, use mask. But I don't understand why people of what are so dramatic and so you know okay, depression you have, you lost jobs, you are having uncertainty about future. I agree with that, but it's not first time there uncertainty. When you join this world, that time itself is uncertain, because what shall happen to you, nobody knows. Nobody knows what shall happen to you. How you know what shall be your future? You are very small baby at that time, but you come, you live, you grow up, and you see, you find yourself. Where do you stand? Where do you stand? So I would simply say COVID-19 still is unknown. So I should say unknown COVID-19, unknown COVID-19, no other way out, and you have to bear it until it's there. But we have to reinstall ourselves, reschedule ourselves in our mindsets everywhere. Well, maybe you do not believe. I am using this handkerchief made mask throughout, means even in my home when there's nobody except my sister, I still use that, of course, making this, and I don't want to take any risk. You must know humidity is still at this moment. I'm sitting at 85% or 81%. It's 3 o'clock in morning, 3:20 or 3:30 or whatever, and it's so much humid. And in my room, it is means inside room, outside maybe same, and humidity, high humidity, and low temperature around 29 degrees Celsius early morning. So temperature and high humidity concentration and combination means this is welcome stuff, welcome environment for COVID. And maybe there are particles in my room, who knows? There are particles, and I can get these particles. So to have safety precaution, I am using this mask. It's no question that okay, here I'm going. I'll remove it because I'm second floor now. Enough height where particles are not expected to ascend, and moreover. So what I'm saying is, it's better if it will take safety measures. Okay, you don't like it. I don't know why, but maybe you think it will not attack you. Who knows? How can he say? I had information for some people. No, no, this will corona would not say anything to us. And somebody is arguing with me. It is only deception. It is only delusion about COVID. There is nothing as such COVID. There is nothing as such. So this is thought of people. and I can't change it, you can't change it, but we can change it, we can advise people. There is no other way out, otherwise, you see everywhere lockdown. Say, for example, Uttar Pradesh of Bharat, 55 hours lockdown has been imposed. So, what you can say? It can happen in UP, it can happen maybe it happens in Delhi, maybe it happens in France, maybe as have happened in Israel, it can happen in many places, many states in USA, it can happen again in England. So just think of those people. This clear indication that there is no groundwork done, there's no homework done by political people. They are just taking hit and trial or Reagan's rash decisions for economical gains only. And they should not, they should understand that if we are safe, there is only meaning of economy. If we are not safe, there is no meaning of economy. This is कोविड 19, ये कोविड 19 है, कोरोना है, किसी का नहीं है ये, बहुत शक्तिशाली है ये, इसको समझना इसको आसान नहीं है. هذا भी कोविड 18 19 مشكل, يعني مشكل كله نافر. هذا مشكل كوفيد كورونا. إيش- ها، 19 كوفيد 19 كله مشكل كبير. يعني ما أعرف ما أعرف شو هذا. I don't know, ما أعرف. ما في ساينتست أعرف, ما في دكتور أعرف, ما في كله نفر أعرف. هذا مشكل كله نيشن أمريكاني, إنجلند, بريطانيا, إسرائيل, فلسطين, يوروبا, إنديا, all كله كله دنيا مشكلات, كله دنيا مشكلات, مشكلات كله عرب مشكلات. What to do? No help, no way. 2020 year bringing problems to everyone, but bringing good luck to those who like it, and bringing bad luck to those who are out of job. Politicians have failed. They only give lip service. All politicians. And I feel angry with them. All. Come on to ground and talk to people what they want. Talking only on conferences. Just giving your lectures. You are not lost your jobs. You are in your job. Public has lost jobs. You politicians. You first class criminals of world. You are interested only in seats and votes and nothing else. You don't care for people. People are on risk, at risk everywhere. And you are thinking of elections. You are thinking of this. Look what's happening in Poland. Look what happened somewhere else. Like, elections are more important. Public is not important. This is rule of law 2030. This is Corona delivery. This is Corona new change. No, we don't want such change. We want people to be happy, world to be happy, and it shall be happy one day. But so far, it's not saying, it's not claiming that, it's not claiming that we are happy because COVID is COVID. COVID is COVID, and we should understand what is COVID. If we don't understand, we can never understand. It's a lesson for everybody. COVID is teaching us again every day. I'm saying teaching, and that's why I'm taking few minutes in beginning. I'm just taking few minutes in beginning for everybody. Please understand COVID 19, year 2020, COVID 19, year 2020. 2020 means bad material, soil, no mind, no mind, no mind. 20 gives no mind, but just dead bodies and not soil and everything like that. So it's like that. I now move to some other talk, and that talk would be management talk. So I remove my hanky because this hanky is no more here. I remove this hanky and get back to my business of daily, and that's very important now. And this is management. A brief talk on management every day, which is very important for each and every point of view because life has to be managed. It's not my profession alone. Life requires management. That's very important, and we must understand in entirety. What can I say? I don't know anything. Do I keep it here? I keep it here like this. Oh no. I keep it here. No, it won't work like this. Okay, no problem, dear friends, no problem. Sometimes one has to joke because I am very boring person. I know you don't feel happy, you don't laugh when I talk. I can say my talks are not for laughing. My talks are for those who want to get something, who want some information. That is one because this is serious business. Life is very serious otherwise. If you want to be happy by poems, by chutkalas and by jokes and all that, that is not my job. My job is different because that is just waste of time, nothing else. So management is management. I still remember yesterday I was chatting with some people angry with me because I am very frank person. I always am very frank. I'm talking management, but life is more important than management. That's why. Just giving about things. I just raised one question, one religious question on some post which people didn't like and they re-attacked me. I don't mind let them attack. Who bothers about it? And this happens. Nobody cares. This is life and everybody has the right. Everybody has full right to respond. So I didn't mind that. And I just raised one question. Though this question is not related to profession, this question is not related to what you can say my talk, just a reference. Because how people behave. I just wrote that there exists no Hindu religion in world. There exists no Hindu religion in world. विश्व में हिंदू हिंदू धर्म नहीं. Prove it. Simple. It's my scientific reason. It's my scientific analysis. Okay, prove it. So they started abusing me. Mountains and mountains and cannons of abuses starting pouring onto me. If you were in our city, you don't know what would happen with you. Means they would have killed me or something like that. I responded to many questions, abusive answer, and I don't know what they say. My replies and replies and replies. I say, just don't talk this and that. Just tell me where is reference of this? Where is reference of this? Nobody answers that. Just their own way, their own way, their own. They do not do anything. Just want to say something. They don't want to listen to anyone. They don't want to. Means if I write something, why I have written? They are policemen on me. Why have you written this? Oh, bloody yes, I will write. Who are you on me? I have a right to speak something. I'm raising a question. Answer me. If you cannot answer me, sharp. Give your podcast with you. I don't hear podcast. This is something happening in life. If you speak against someone in politics, oh, you killed someone, they will come with daggers, knives, and guns and all that in imagination and shoot you. Why did you tell this? Foolish society, I can say. If you don't have digestion, I don't accept it. What's the problem? Why you force me to accept that? Then he says, oh, you are not this. What your caste? What's your religion? You are this and that and that and this. All this means as if I'm slave to them. You bloody fools! I'm not slave to you. I am slave to God. This is my country. I am one of 1.3 billion owners of this country. You go to hell if you don't want to listen to me. It's your choice, not my choice. It's your option. I would write what I want to write. It's my right. You can't stop that. You hawker of foolishness. You followers of some bloody politicians. Follow them, make them God, I don't care. But don't start fighting with me in words and minds. I will kick you back. Don't think that I'm aged means I can't fight with you. My mind is not old. My mind is powerful. It hits you. You can't answer it. Abuses is not answer. Using abusive language, pointing on me is no answer. Give me answer to question if you can. or you are stupid, nothing else. Well, I go to managers trying to say what Wall is doing or what is. You have to manage with people like this. If they don't listen to you, youth thinks he knows everything. Youth thinks that. Youth forgets that about whom you are talking, about whom you are speaking. That person also was youth once. You forget that. You are in that age, which age I left 50 years behind, maybe 40 years behind. I passed through same age which you are passing now. I am much more advanced than you. So why you are hitting at me? You are hitting at me because you are weak. Either answer question. If you have capacity to manage yourself, you can't manage yourself. Answering abusive language is no management. This is called rags. This is called idiotic answer, idiotic conduct. Not doing that because you don't know answer. And if you don't know answer, ask me. I'll give you answer. And if you can't ask me, you think know you everything and just go on abusing. I will respond to every answer because I want to set you right because you are lost somewhere in darkness. It's my duty to put you in light, but you are under capturing power or under arrest of some hell politician of this country who doesn't want you to think something else except this. What they want you think that way. What facts you have, they don't want to refer to that. But remember, facts are facts. Facts never go away. Yes, you can hide them behind some framing, behind some fabrication, but you can't hide them permanently. Facts are facts. Life is fact. Life is not imagination. Life is fact. Life is not poetry. Life is not fairy tale. Life is imagination. No, life is fact. It is reality. It has a duration. It is a time. It's a functional. It works. It doesn't move because you want me to do something. It doesn't move that. It doesn't move because you're not answering. No, it moves on its way. It doesn't care for your answer. If you don't answer, that is your personality. That your personality is very weak. You can't answer. If you're not answering my question, it means you are weak. I am not weak. It's your foolishness. You are not able to answer, but you are on argument forum. You have no power to argue, but you are standing in argument forum. If you can't argue, you will just cry, you will just shout. Shouting is no answer. Shouting is no response. Those who try to divert some topic because they don't answer, they are come on straight. Answer to me. I'll be happy. Give me answer. Just giving something irrelevant doesn't mean you are not Hindu, you may be Katua, you may be this, you may be that, you may be Christian. This is not answer. Answer my question. That is called organized answer. You are not able to answer. This is my life experience, I'm telling you. One of experience. This is not first, this is every day this happens every day. Internet has been made tool for abusive language, tools for all such where you can't fight with people, you can threaten them, you can say anything to anybody, you can't say whatever you do say to them, you don't care what person is, how old is he, what is his qualification, what is that ending. And many people tell me you are an engineer, so you're crooked, you take bribe, you take this and you take that. You must have looted this country. I have so many answers like that because I'm engineer, I'm robber. First of all, being civil engineer means I'm robber. This is the first property of civil engineer in this country. See, by my qualification, I am a civil engineer. By experience also, I'm a civil engineer. And when you talk to them, they don't want to say, oh, you are a robber. You must have looted this country. I'm a robber. And those robbers, they are enjoying without knowing background of someone, they write like this. What to do with such people? This means they have no knowledge at all. They are paid by someone to answer as such because I usually write. See, I am a professional. I just tell you something. I am a professional. I have nothing to do with politics. Currently, I have never been in my life, never ever. Now I am running 66. Never ever in my life I I believed in politics. I believe means I didn't belong to any political party. Politics believes yes you are a democratic country. You have to vote. That is different. Participation and democracy is different. But politics means party politics. I'm talking. I have no affiliation to anybody. I have once voted to BJP. I have once voted to VP Singh party. I have once voted somewhere else. I just 2 or 3 times voted in my life because I worked overseas. I had no chance to vote. Generally, whenever elections were held, I was overseas. So by chance, sometimes if I have some elections were conducted. So my politics is that only as a voter or as a citizen. My affiliation is not to political party. Yes, my father, my mother, they were different. They were people. So I know nothing to think of that way. Yes, that time, I was kid. What they say, I believed. I also know that this country was liberated from clutches of British by whole public, mass movement led by Congress and many other leaders. I'm not saying exclusively Congress, Congress and many other leaders, and Congress means public of nation, public of Bharat. That is Congress in virtuality. So that is means we were freed, not politically. We were freed by revolution. We were freed by mass movement. That much I know, and everybody knows that, except some people in this country. I don't want to name them at all. Leave them. They are illiterate people. They can't accept truth. They can't receive truth. They want to stay in abeyance in that dilemma that something happened like that, and they always keep criticizing resigned current resign. I mean, say past resigns. Okay, let them criticize. Who bothers about them? See, who criticizes? Either you are in opposition, you have right to criticize, or or you are not doing anything, you are sleeping, your results are zero, you're not working, your card is nothing. I mean to say progress is nothing, you're not achieving anything, you're not doing any of your you're not disposing your responsibility, you're not doing something, and you are crying because people are asking you what is result, what is delivery. And remember, delivery is very important. You pay only when you get some delivery. You pay on cash on delivery. This is life. So it is politics or no politics. It is profession or no profession. Until you do, you produce something, you are not called professional, and it applies in politics also. And I think in our country, worst and rubbish profession, or you can something is that's politics, irrespective of politics parties or something. We have not set them right. We have a constitution which is very brilliant, excellent constitution, but not understood by people of this country. Unfortunately, this constitution of Bharat, India, Bharat ka Samvidhan, stays in forest, stays in woods because it is unknown. It's like you are a buffalo. It's like the country is a buffalo. People are buffalo where there is a crown sitting on them. This crown is constitution. I'm just talking this because this is a very big part of governance, of management, and professionalization of politics. A lot talk I made on this. I am unfortunate that this country, Bharat, India, is so lucky, so fortunate to have a brilliant constitution. You can say like religious book that is. It is more than religion book. It gives us powers to people. But this constitution is very unlucky that for whom it was devised, for whom it's working, it's actually for public, to be very frank. It's not for those institutions which are powerful like judiciary, like executive, like legislature, and many other institutions in that, election commissioner, all that CAG, etc. This constitution is actually for people of India, not for these are only these are only organs of this country, organization, as I say, organs of this country. I'm trying to bring back to organization because this is also a fact that we are all organized country. We are organized on papers. Those people, those representatives who sit in parliament, those judicially officials who sit judiciary. They all know it. That's a constitution, but they don't want public know it. There's a difference. Public for whom this constitution is applicable, and who actually devised this. If we see we people of Bharat, India, give to our sisters, design, adopt, enact, and give to ourselves this constitution. This point we can't. We understand we people of this country that only they know. But other father is blank, dot 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 dot. We people of this country dot 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 dot. Only then five items are they remember this. Only they remember secularism, democracy. They don't remember socialism. They don't remember republic. They don't remember sovereign. These meanings they don't understand. They only understand democracy. Means that is a weakness, and these intellectuals of our country, professors in our country, forget politicians, judges in our country, lawyers in our country, they are also not interested that public of this country should know something about that. This country can be managed very well. There's a big manager, virtual manager sitting as Constitution of India, Bharat, but these people who are obstruction to public, who are hindrance to public, they don't want to tell facts. They want to keep facts concentrated to themselves only. All these three institutions and extra institutions, they want to use this only for themselves, not for public. While it's actually for public, to be very frank, Constitution of Bharat India is document for people how people should conduct, how should they do their job, how should they live, what rights they have, what privileges they have, what are fundamental rights and what are professional rights and what are other rights. Public who is responsible for this constitution, who should get benefit from this constitution, they are nowhere in picture. They are nowhere in picture, and currently now there is no such value that they get, and government is acting as this is everything, while it's nothing. Government of this country is nothing if we relate its value to provisions within constitution of this country, Constitution of India. This constitution, I think, is in comparison to all other constitutions of the world, is lead constitution. It can This constitution says that citizen of this country is king. Citizen of this country is king. This constitution says that. But are we? My question is that we people of this country, Bharat, India, having solemnly resolved to constitute this country into sovereign, socialist, democratic republic, democratic republic, secular. It's a 5 point study, and to secure to its citizens this justice, liberty, and all these points, justice, liberty, opportunity, etc. And so that everybody should have dignity, honor, so that we live together in unison, in integrity. This point public does not understand now. It's now more than many decades. Started from 50, since 50, and now it is 50 years, and then 20 more, so 70 years, more than 70 years, and we could not organize this constitution for public. Whose weakness is this? This weakness of political leaders, this is weakness of judiciary, this is weakness of executive, this is weakness of other institutions, this is weakness of police, this is weakness on top is public. We are very weak. We are very weak. I don't blame others. Public is weak. Public is not organized. They think vote is their duty, but they vote to political one leaders, or to party, which itself is a mistake which you don't understand. And these politicians don't want us to understand what actually is fact in constitution. Because if public understands that, there shall be no Modi, there shall be no Rahul, there shall be no someone else. That's also fact. Modi survives because public votes Modi, which in fact doesn't vote Modi, never votes Modi, because Modi is not candidate of their constituency. But people think like that. They don't know constitution, though it's their constitution. So our country is managed in that foolish way. and until. That's why I always stress. So, okay, I can't blame public because public is not documented. Public does not know document. That's why advocates are there, judges are there, because public cannot understand everything. We are not very well educated people, and even who rule us, British. We thought, at least we thought, or I thought that they are very intelligent people. My impression was that has been that till few days back that British are very intelligent. Speaking means I don't mind to speak something wrong with some means. If you're wrong, what's that? If something is wrong, something is wrong. You can't say no. But now I understand. Color doesn't make a change. You are black, you are evening color, or you're Gora, or you are British or American. Well, I think it doesn't make a change. Mind's very important. Color doesn't give you any property, but mind gives you property. So I am more inclined to mind rather than clothing, or rather than skin color, or rather than money you have. Money is never for you. It is temporary. It's with you for something. Otherwise, it doesn't belong to you. No wealth belongs to you. That's also a fact. If you understand this point, you will be in great advantage. Money is never for you. It's for your use to meet your necessary requirements for your food, for your clothes, and for your residence. I think more than money doesn't work. Or it's used for profession, it's used for development of nation or international or all world. As private or as individual person, I can't use money more than that. Yes, you can spend money in whatever activity of your life. That can't be called proper use or human use. So what I've seen of other nations like England or like America, now all are in the same boat. That negative, positive, much positive image that I had, and my colleagues, my country people had. I think that should go now. It's time now, 2020. What we thought, these people so powerful that they ruled us for so many years, and not only us, they ruled America before, and they ruled Gulf, and they ruled many other countries. We had different potent picture for them, potent thought for them. These people must have something we don't have. That's why they ruled us. But it's not that they ruled us not because we were weak, but we were sleeping. We had been sleeping. This I used to write like we are sleeping society. So yes, we are sleeping society. That is proved now. Still, we are sleeping. The corona is working. COVID is working, and we are sleeping. COVID is working, and we are sleeping. Still, we are not worried about this. I talk to many women and men say, COVID is corona. People don't call it COVID, people call it corona. Okay, no problem. This will not harm us. It can't do anything else. Nothing will happen to me. What you call this, some death is standing near your home at your door. I know problem is at your doors knocking you, and you're not concerned about that. It goes on knocking and knocking and knocking whole day, but you are not concerned about that because I think you think your super problem to corona. It's like that. It's unfortunate. This is called sleeping society, and it's not that we are sleeping. I think other society also same. Yeah, you see what's happening in England, what's happening in many other countries, happening in America. They are freed of jail after lockdown. So means they want to enjoy, but they did not enjoy the past 2 or 3 months. Means entertainment is so important. Your luxury, your life is so important. Well, I think they wasted their times in those 2 3 months, 2 3 months. And like our people wasted time, they too wasted time. I thought, well, maybe 2 or 3% people there who made use of this for some attainment of knowledge, but on 18, 90, 95%, 98% people, just enjoy life, and maybe they produce children, they enjoy sex and all that. Possibly, I can't say, because the people of Philippines are saying, "Oh, now they are within room, they are in lockdown. We'll find more kids." This means people sleep and enjoy life. They don't worry about future. They are more interested in that activity. So sometimes you laugh on that, on people's lack of knowledge. What to do? You're otherwise what to do if I don't laugh, if I don't smile, knowing that people know it, even then they don't care it. And when you don't care it, it's called ignorance of person. You're sleeping. Still you sleep on everything. You know it is serious, but you are sleeping. I will see what happens tomorrow. I'll do it. Tomorrow I'll do it. And in Arab world they call it sleeping. People call it sleeping. Generally, you are sleeping means you are not think you are not serious means not serious or sleeping is same thing. We aren't serious. When you are not serious, you cannot manage anything in your life. You can't. You can say you can't do what you want to do, or you delay it, or you don't care about this. And you can say when you are not serious, you are not serious or sleeping. Result would be nil. It's okay, no problem. I don't get result. Next time I'll get result, and that next time never comes, my dear. It never comes. I have seen people in life who are very serious also, and they determine something. They do it. Means they don't care for good or bad. They want to do means do it. That that character is limited. Not all. I have seen people general character people who are normal means they say actually you call them practical. you know Practical means who is very normal, who wants to lead normal life. That person they call them, so, oh, I'm practical. If you drink, yes, I am practical. If you sit with people and do any bad act, we are practical. We have to stay with society. That type of management exists everywhere. Well, now intelligence is an issue here. As I said, intelligence is on average same all over the world. It's same all over. There's no difference. There are some people very intelligent, very brilliant, very active, all over the world. It's question of exposure only. Exposure is important. Opportunity is important. We can't say, oh, British are very intelligent, Americans are very intelligent. No, I don't think so. My view is changing. I find it depends upon what you work, what opportunity you get, and how you apply your mind, how you know involve yourself, and if an opportunity is available, how do you avail it, and how do you deliver something. I think that is more important, nothing else. I have seen very, very, very highly qualified people in every field, but they are not doing very much that is related to your field, and some titles they get, and they just think that title is enough. I have seen many people who write awards name with them. Okay, it's your award, you have every right, but it doesn't give any sense. Your award is your result, what you do for this world. That is your award. I should not criticize this, but when people are educated everywhere, you can take question, you can take issue of Gulf countries. There was a time when they had no one there. See now they are very well educated people. They are growing because they spend their money in right way. They wanted to develop their country. They developed it. Now countries of world, means the Gulf GCC, are nearly developed. Countries of Middle East were developed, but America and this Israel and other who don't like that, they caused every problem there because these are industrialist people. There's America, England, France, Russia, China, all these so-called powers are actually industrialist nation. Industries in the sense they want to sell weapons to them. Wow. And if they don't do that, they won't have food to eat. That is also another fact. They export weapons and make their livings. And if that that business is no more, it doesn't do, you know that what I mean. That's what their organization is. They want to let others fight and kill themselves. This was this happened in Iraq, this happened in Libya, and this happened in many other countries. Means their business should go. First they want to create problem, they create it, and they want to market that problem, they market it. And then they be saying we are only powerful, we are not powerful. This is different kind of organization, different kind of management. Means you are shooter and you are killer and you are controller, they were forward. You are generator of some idiot, you generate some idiot for your goal, for your own benefit. You use that idiot against his own country, and then you make this man, when he speaks against you, that this is my enemy and I will kill him, I will get rid of him. Means you are everyone there. This is called American organization, English organization. Do for you and kill them, and then say we are winners, we are free. I know complicated organization this is, very complicated. Is for your food, you could go to any extent and you would go that. What happens? You see these days, America, Trump always threatens others, always. You will never see this person, American leader, to talk in that level. He never talks, constructive. President of this country, US, particularly Trump, he always strikes that. I have never seen him one statement which says positive. All since he joined this seat, he has been negative. Threatening this way every day. This boy, no, I should say boy because he's boy type, like kid. He's not mature person of 71. He behaves, he conducts like kid. Sanction against this, sanction against that. We do this, we do that. Means such people are also available on earth who don't want peace, who don't believe in peace. People are there. And there are some people on this earth who just think of religious frictions, create religious frictions. Religion. What is religion? I also think on that. How to manage religion, also think of that. Because thinking is my profession. Engineering is thinking. It's my profession. So if we want to rule the people, we used to say policy of England is divide and rule. So this policy, many have adopted divide and rule. Let some different sects fight, and you take benefit of that. This happens. Happening, still happening. Today is happening. And there are some people who enjoy on skin fight. This is black, this is white. This is black, this is white. Black matters. What is politics? This is politics. No, politics has come to that level. For your survival, you do whatever you can. You design whatever you can. If for your gains there are losses of life, it doesn't matter. If black life matters, for politics, killing others also matters. But they don't care. They don't care. Kill. When you are political leader or you are in seat of power, you don't consider they are human. You consider vegetables. Voters, they are vegetables. We'll buy them. We'll pay them 500 rupees. They'll vote us. We pay them 2000 rupees. They will vote us. When your intellect goes to that level, You call that intellect. You pay to their account something and say, in last 70 years, there was no one to pay to their account, this time has come. Such people are there in this world who think they have done it, never happened before. You call this intellect or you call this stupidity. But unfortunately, I'm saying this is not first country where it's happening. In every country it's happening. Something or something like that. It's unfortunate. This is you're not cheating public actually. You're not cheating public, you are cheating yourself. You are a politician, okay, politician is not very big, but you are a leader of this country. God has given you opportunity. Be thankful to God that you came to this position. Everybody cannot reach that position. You came to by luck or by your work of course, by your qualification. No, you are not. There's no such qualification. By your capacity, no, I can't say that you are that potential. By your intellect, no, I can't say. By your luck, you have come because of public. That because public you have come there, but that public is vegetable for you. That public is procurable. You can buy that public. This is intellect nowadays. Can you call this intellect? Can you call this, organized way? Can you call this management? No, it's not that. But they are surviving. They are surviving and they are successful because it's because of public. It's not because of themselves. It's public. Fault is life. Fault lies with public. Lies with me and you. I fault lies there. What's happening in this? There's a change that previously there was no media. If we go to 70s, 80s, 90s, there was no media as such. Today we have like Facebook, like all this. This media has been a tool for such people. They are abusing this. Means what they think. There's a new thinking means you say something, people believe it. Means people are so innocent, you say something, you believe it. This is new theory, new philosophy. Means they think public trusts them to that extent, they believe it what you say. Okay, this is honesty of public, I say, sincerity of public. If public thinks that way, well, this leader is saying means suppose 50% people say yes, he's right. He's saying that he must have done it. They believe you must have done it. It's like somebody says, our politician says, we have delivered to you already this. So you have not done anything. You have delivered. So some people who do not want to see that, who don't bother you to see that, they say, oh, yes, he must have done this. This weakness, they know. Public thinks this way. Because public is public. Public is not very serious. They don't see anything. They don't believe in this. Just like our television channels are disseminating fake news every day. 90% news are fake, but they disseminate. Newspapers disseminate fake news, of course, lesser than televisions. It's different management, different organization means false organization. An organization whose goal is to disseminate fake news. Is when you talk of organization and management, all these come under same. This is non-civil engineering management, but it's happening. Manager of countries above civil engineering management, countries above that, world is above all countries. Yes, some countries doing higher, some is doing lower. Example: Israel, Palestine. You can say Israel wants to finish Palestine forever. This only goal for it, and that too without war. Palestine, poor people, struggling people. It's their land. It's not Israel land, but he wants to rob it openly. What do you call it? Means you are having power. You are a weapon country. You are maybe you people are better than them. Question is not better or not better. Question is survival. Everybody has a right to when dogs and cats have a right to survive. So people must have. But that person, that country has gone to that extent. You can't go to that extent even in your dreams. But that country is doing this. Such a criminalized conduct of that country. Because there is a backing of some powerful people behind them. There's a backing for them. Otherwise, what they can do nothing. Means this is a kind of chain building of such act among many nations. Means if you have a power to say anything, you do anything, nobody can stop you. This is this is addiction of power, power addiction. I'm expanding what I'm saying about management because this is all parts of management and nations are affected. Nations are affected. And what's happening, Hong Kong. Hong Kong is for China. This is role, but England pokes his nose, America pokes his nose, many other pokes nose. Why? You stay in your country. What's the problem? But no, they won't. South China Sea, same thing is happening because of this. Now, management applies to whole world actually. To be very frank, this thought this applies to whole world. Means communication, internet has has joined whole world in a way that if something is wrong, it goes to all world. If something is right, it goes to all world. Something is right, something is wrong, it doesn't matter, it goes to all world. If there is a good happens, everybody wants to take that. If there is bad happens, everybody wants to try it. Whether it's really bad. So this way you can say there's a chain of connection. There's a chain of connections among world which is not seen yet. World is linked by chain, continuous chain, and chain is got communicative. It may be right or it may be wrong. It may be unproven or unconfirmed or unresourced. But people start believing it or disbelieving it. Either believe it or disbelieve it. Without verification, without going through evidences, people start believing that. This is a new kind of management, new kind of development around the world. Means there is indirect cooperation, indirect build-up of trust among nations who are in no agreement they will trust each other this way, but it's moving without any national or international cooperation. I can say evolution of super management, evolution of world management is this. It's not only professional management or national management, it is world management, indirect unknown management, plus or minus both, and start believing that. Believe it. Whether you are sure about that, whether you know what is right or what is wrong, you can believe it. Surprising, really surprising. When you are alone, you want to believe something when if you are sure, if you are confirmed, otherwise you won't believe it. But here it's different. No need of believing anything. Oh, that says I agree. Oh, he said that. That country said must be true. No need of verification. It's happening. It's happening. Example. Now this COVID case. Yes, it is true that first case came from Wuhan. It doesn't mean it happened because of Wuhan. But America says yes, it's happened. Europe says yes, it's happened, and we follow this. When America says yes, Europe follows. We follow. All countries follow, and goes on following and following and following and following. All started following that. Okay, agreed. You follow it up. But question is, what is basics of the follow? What is basis of this follow? No, 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 no. It happened. Okay, no, 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 it happened, that's right. Do you have some valid reason that it originated there? No valid reason. Why do you say? Because that says, because America says, or because Europe says. When did Europe say? And when did America say? No, 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 no. All say, news say. What do you say? Yes, I believe it. This was this is what's happening. I argued with someone, of course, my closest relative, arguing on that. Woman, girl, what is proof with you? No, 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 no need of proof. Everybody says, no need of proof, no need of evidence. Everybody says, everybody says. This means that is proof. If everybody says there is no sun, shall you accept? Okay, what you're talking? Can somebody say like that? Yeah, yes. Can somebody say like that? That's my answer. That is my answer. Can somebody say like that? But you are accepting that. You are accepting that because you have been informed that. You don't want to cross question. You don't raise your query on that. Flow your query, suit your query on that. But no, you won't do that. This is what's happening in water management. Chain management. This belief chain management or belief chain management, you can say whatever you say. This chain is just like a belt road all over the world. China's road and belt project moving up to Africa. This is an imaginary chain, communicative chain of belt and road project, imaginary project moving around world. If today we say we believe it, that could say yes we believe it, that say we believe it, we believe it, we believe it. So COVID is what? It's that chain. COVID-19 is that change. This is a chain moving all over the world. So now what you do? You believe it. But it has gone all over the world to capture you all over the world. You don't understand this point. What is proof that COVID is there now? What is evidence? COVID is there. There is no evidence. Only evidence. People are dying. People are getting impacted. So there is evidence. People are getting infected and they are losing their lives. This means virus exists. This is indirect but circumstantial evidence that virus exists. That's why people are dying. So you say because of result you are accepting origin. Because of result you are accepting origin. If there is no result, there is no origin, right? This means something is there to relate it. But but what belief and what evidence of what reality is, you should know. Believe is not bad. I don't say don't believe something. But believe to some extent is okay. Blind belief is meaningless. Best people for this type of issue is scientists who understand complete what virus is, what how it works, how it generates. Political people cannot understand this. Forget explanation. I have talked many times to people on internet regarding same thing. Many times. People don't understand. They just either they just say something where politics comes. I'm not talking politics here. I am saying world chain. World chain is heading developed. It's developed. If world chain is like that, if you start retrenching people because of this, because of that, others is starting saying, getting benefit. Okay, let's get rid of these people. This happens. Gulf is getting benefit. Russia, America is getting benefit. and now many other countries also getting benefit. They want to push out foreigners from their land. COVID is a illusion only. COVID is a tool only for this. COVID is a support only for this. So there's nothing to do with that, but they do it because they want to get rid of that. And maybe for political reasons they are doing this. But to do that, world has become very selfish. Countries have become very selfish. And that is new kind of philosophy in management. Follow others. Current management says follow others. Don't think. Means best tool for management is thinking. Powerful tool for management is thinking. And they are saying don't think. What do you say public believes? They think so. What do you say public believes? Public has been taken for granted. This means is that I am taken for granted. Nobody is listening to me. I'll leave this man. Who is this? Who was that? So I am also taken for granted. That's a fact. You are being taken for granted. This is new kind of management, I can say. Yesterday also I explained. Again I am explaining. How do you think? How do you do? How do you move? How do you lead yourself? How you lead others? And how you are led? It makes you how you are, what you are. What reliability factor do you have? People can depend on you to what level, to what degree they can depend on you. It depends on this. Some people talk too much, talk too much, show that they know everything, everything. But they walk too much also. They run away. When test comes, they run away, or they do something else so that someone else works for them, and they say it's my work. What do you call such people? There are many people who never do anything, get it done through someone, and claim credit on that. It's a mine. There are people. I have seen such people. Rather, they would say, I did it, I teach also. I teach him. If somebody says, who did? Yes, I did myself. That's a photo because I taught him. They won't say they did it because credit should not go to that person who worked on that. I like that person if he said, no, I did not do it, I'm just forwarding it. Person should be honest. But no, I want to be honest. Management here, I'm not just talking of engineering management, I'm talking of life engineering management. Life engineering. Because civil engineering is life engineering. Simple. If civil engineer cannot understand what life is, no one can understand. I just tell you one thing. You know it, maybe I'm just refreshing. I am just reminding it. I am just reminding it in a factual way. You see, civil engineer syllabus and civil engineers program and civil engineers practice and civil engineers mind and civil engineers concentration are immense. Civil engineer means complete civil engineer. I'm not differentiating other disciplines like structural engineering, others. I am saying civil engineers means public engineer. In fact, civil engineer is public engineer, to be very frank. Civil means public, civil society. Public not related to government, not related to state, but to law, but to constitution. Civility, we call it politic. Civil politic. Civil is that. This means, of course, our title says that you are related to people. We work in private sector, our accounts are where you work, but you are related to people ultimately. So civil is that. As civil engineer, I can say, I can claim, not only say, I can claim that if you want to see analysis, if you want to see power of analysis, power of analysis is ultimate power in life. If you see analytical power, talk to some engineer who is real engineer, talk to some civil engineer who has gone through field, who has gone through profession, or even if you talk to new one, you'll find a wealth of analytical power in that engineer. Maybe expression is bad, maybe English bad, but power of analysis. Maybe writing bad, but power of analysis immense one has. If engineer, civil engineer does not have analytical power, that person can't name himself as civil engineer. Analytical power, because subjects are like that. Subjects are like that. There are hundreds of procedures, hundreds of procedures in civil engineering. No one knows it. Hundreds of procedures, which no book can cover. Principles, first principles, we say, I'm writing this from first principle or all principles. Elementary work, comprehensive work, detailed work, no superimposition, no proxy. This is what civil engineer is. But this is limited to profession now. This is not limited to lives. That is deficiency. Civil engineer thinks that this is only for engineering, not for public, not for nation. That's where we fail. We don't come out of bending moment, shear force, deflection. We don't come out of that. That's our problem. We don't come out of stresses. That is our problem. You know, stress I'm talking. Stress. It's a big term in engineering. It's not stress what you are thinking of. Yes, that is also stress. I am under stress. But we are all under stress. We study stress. What stress this metal is taking? What stress is here in this part of this building? What stress is at this point? We study stress. We study stress, we study strain. Did you ever think of stress and strain? That is called young modulus. Name is young because there is young. The name of that formula divisor is young. Stress and strain, sway, movement, deflection, this force, that force. So many formula, so many theories, so many analysis, so many all. It's complete application of mind. Complete application of mind. People don't realize this. Civil engineers don't express themselves, unfortunately. They don't express themselves. I don't know reason behind that. I've not seen some civil engineers talking to people and explaining to them what is civil engineering. I've not seen an engineer. Means you are doing engineering, people don't know what you are doing. You are in stress. Why you are in stress? You are well married. Maybe that engineer is not married. Then no, you are happy you are not married. What else you want? Means you are happy because you are not married, or you are married, you are not happy. They know only this, but stress and strain is there. They don't know this. Young models, they don't know what's the model of elasticity, what's all these terms. They don't know. Well, if you explain to them, they will say, "Oh yeah, they will say that. Oh, you are that. Oh, you are this." They will say that. Yeah, you're that. Okay, you're this. Okay. I explained to some doctor that look, this is what I showed him. See this code 456. I showed him what is this. This is that. I explained to him three, four, 5 points. We take this load. We take that load. We consider wind. We consider air. We consider heat. We consider seismic action. You all take yes. We consider load where you're standing. What's your weight? We consider weight of material. Then we all check this. It's done. We have to check like this. This is like yes. Oh, there are so many such books. Oh, so this you take into yes, I take everything. He was. His impression was different. You do like that? Yes. What do you think is happening on site? That's engineering. That's not engineering. That is construction. That is result. What you see on site, concrete, shuttering, that is result of engineering. But that result is very important because if there is no such result, all our stress and strain go into water. People in engineering, people in cell engineering particularly, I know they do a lot of analysis. Lot of analysis. And analysis means thinking power. Don't you? When you are asked to drive maximum bending moment of simply supported beam, what you used to do? We did not understand that. So simple. We could not understand that in all respects. Oh, I'm feeling a little sorry. We could not understand that, but it was easy later on because we could not imagine what our professor used to talk. This is simply supported. First, we could not understand what is simply supported and what is supported after all. Because we did not see that. We imagined. When you see, you won't be able to understand even then. Because you won't see anything that is supported. Everything is closed. Everything is closed. Every structure is closed, not seen. The structure is not seen. But you have to imagine this is simply supported. Yes, you have to imagine. No other way because you have to pass examination. Imagine this. This is simply supported. Okay. This is not simply supported, it's fixed. Okay. Find this value, find that value, drive this formula or remember this formula. Drive that formula, drive deflection. You know shear force, you know bending moment, you know reaction, you know deflection, everything you know shear force diagram, you know bending moment diagram. All this you learned. You learned this because you were forced to learn. Otherwise, you would not pass. That's why you learned. What does it mean? This means to learn that you require a lot of mathematical knowledge. Immense mathematical knowledge, you need that. And then you understand procedures. You understand theory of structure. And before that, you understand applied mechanics. What are all these subjects? What are all these subjects you think of? Design is later. Itself is very intelligent work. You find stresses. You analyze this stress. Analyze this frame. Analyze this is foundation. Analyze this and analyze that. What do you think about that? I am asking people of us. What do you think about that? My subjects are of analysis. This is not political analysis. This is not news analysis. This is design analysis. This means we have a capacity that we can analyze in details. This means is that if given a chance, civil engineering is so powerful because of education that civil engineer can analyze up to root. When we analyze, we start and go up to root of problem, and not only root, we go below root also. Once we analyze, we understand how this shall work. How shall this work? That structure which we are going to make on site, how shall it work? That structure shall work later, but we are now understanding how shall it work. Does it not give any sense? We are going to generate it on site, manufacture it on site, but now we know results in hand. This is called analytical vision. Analytical vision we have. Every civil engineer is having analytical vision. We don't understand this term in our syllabus, but for life sciences, for understanding life, understanding sciences, understanding mechanism, just to raise your level of thinking, your subject gives you power of vision. Though it looks like simple to me as civil engineer, that what is maximum bending moment in a simply supported beam and what is simply supported beam, we know that, but public does not understand. They don't understand freedom is simply supported beam. Freedom is a freedom beam. You can explain like that. This is a beam, I say. This is a beam. Let us say this is a beam of the. Let us say this is a beam from here to here. This is a beam. Here is end. One is end here. One column here and one column here. Like this, you can say. Let me see. Let us say this column is here. This column is here, and this is a beam. There is no connection here. There is no connection here. This can, if we allow, this can move like this, and this columns can move like this, and this column can also move like this. So this is having freedom of movement. This is having freedom of movement. This is simply supported. No restriction on these three members, two columns and one beam. All these are free members. Beam can dance, column can walk, column can stir, column can cripple, and beam can dance and whatever they want, they can do it. That is freedom movement. They are democratic, independent. My beams and my columns. Shall I accept them? Do you like them? Yes, no problem. As far as this work is okay. But what does it mean? This means that this is beam, and if and say there are columns, of course, here I can show you here. If this wants to come down, I am holding it here. This is resting here and resting here on columns. If this portion is free from here, this column to this column, this is free portion, there is no support here. This portion wants to come down. This cannot come down because this is on support and this is also column support. But this portion shall come down. Try to come down. That's called deflection of every point. We have to calculate all this. Though it doesn't happen, we calculate this because we have to stop it. You understand? This game is going to happen on this structure, which is simply supported beam and supported by columns. This is going to play and fall. Columns are going to fall and beam is going to fall because we calculate that. How to stop them? With what force they would fall? With what force they would fall, we want to know that. And how to prevent them from falling is called analysis. That is called analytical study. Analytic concentration on these members. So how to manage to stop them, how to manage to stop them from falling, from collapse is analysis. And how to do it practically is design. And that is another part of that. This is theory we are talking about. Analysis is theory. Theory of understanding how these are working. If built, if built, building is later. But we are imagining these are built, these are working. So we are imagining. We are skeptical. It's not done, but in our mind this is done. We have a picture in mind this is done. How shall they conduct with each other? They conduct like this. And then we have to stop that conduct. We work on that. And we finally say, okay, this is final mode which will not allow them fall but work successfully. This is all analysis. Analysis of structure. This is unit I told you. Just very preliminary. Very preliminary. We consider like that, say example only. This is beam. Let us say this L. You can say span, length of span here, L. One support is here, one support is here. These are columns. Common sense says if one column is here, other column is here, half of this would come to this column, half of this load would come to this column. That is common sense. When half would come to this column, so that L which I say span is half, right? This means total weight of this, total load of this span L. And I say per unit length of this span is W, which is load per span per meter. And let us say this is 5 meter. I'm just for example I'm giving you. So total weight of this beam is 5L, because I consider 5 tons or 5 unit, let us say forget ton, 5 unit, 5L is weight of this beam. So half would go to this column, half would go to that column. So 2.5L here and 2.5L there. Then we count further how to find real answer of deflection or of moment. We find both. Moment we find that is called bending moment. Bend is, it will bend this beam, it will bend like this or like that. It will bend like this. That's called bending moment, bending force. It's like bend like that. You say bending force. And when it comes down here and bend, it's called deflection. All these points we understand in analysis. Do you think so as public? Do you think we do that? But we do that. It's not shuttering only, no. Shuttering is another design. We do design shutter also. This is what we understand. We have to do. This is just elementary, I'm telling you. ABC of that. Then we have to find different terms, different spellings for all other structures. Then we know in that step only how this work is going to behave, going to conduct, going to respond, going to perform, going to serve. It will fail or not fail. What we have to save, how to do it, to save it, we do that. And this is not pure this only. This is the whole building, whole structure, from foundation to top. That analysis we do. We do analysis and then we do design. It's steel design, concrete design, or structural steel design, or whatever other design it is. We do that. Is it not analytical power with engineers? It is not design power of the engineer. So we can have imagination in our minds how it's going to work, and then we write on paper or on computer now. What do you call it? Is this not a powerful person? Maybe this person is serious face, may not be able to explain very much in English because of which language he knows. I don't know, but language does not play anything. Knowledge plays. That engineer first applies knowledge on analysis. When he when it's understood that analysis is very good, it's reliable, then that engineer starts thinking further on how to design that. This is a long process as far as work is concerned. But without this structure we talk of cannot be produced. And that's called analytical management. That is called imaginary analytical management. Though analytics, management, imaginations, all are there. And we make sure this will work like that. And it actually works like that because we have many formulas and many theories and many, so we understand how this structure should behave. It's not just we imagine, we say something, keep this size and keep this. No, it's not that. It's not my will I do. It's a requirement of that structure, and that is where design lies. That is where organized work lies. That is where management lies. We have to manage analysis. We have to manage designs. We have to manage this. We have to apply mechanism. We have to think on mechanism, formation mechanism, we call this. Framing mechanism, we call this. This means our drawings are X-rays. Drawings we produce, all drawing we produce something. This is not drawing of play cards. This is drawing based on thought, based on contemplation, based on complete mechanism, based on anatomy of that we are going to produce. So I call it X-rays. This is called engineering management. There is one option, there may be second option, there may be third option, there may be fourth option. Could be, but theory is same, analysis is same, design can be different because of each and a different approach. Because of soil, what is soil? How soils, what soil says, every location is different. That also one has to understand what is soil. For you, soil is nothing, just the dust. Maybe, but for engineer, soil is everything. Soil is more than foundation for engineer. Soil is everything. That is another world. A world of engineering, of course, but another world. Without knowledge of soil, no one can be called civil engineer. This is impossible. If we don't understand soil, I can't say I'm civil engineer. Not at all. If I don't understand geology, I can't say I'm civil engineer. Must be. Of course, I'm not saying I should be thorough on that. I should know about that. I should know what is soil. It is another form of soil, that is rock, or another form that's called something else. We should know what is volcano. We should know what is igneous rock. We should know what are other rocks, metamorphic rocks, sedimentary rocks. All that we should know. This is gold, soil. For someone, this is nothing. That is very important for civil engineer. Soil, engineering soil, not fertilizer soil. No, not agricultural soil. No, engineering soil. That's why management is calling is different. We have to change our thought. We have to build confidence in every engineer that you are going to deal with those who do not understand what is this. If you can't understand soil, you are not an engineer. Simple saying that. If you can't understand contract, you cannot administer any building. You cannot administer any contract. There are so many. If you can't quantify something, you can't budget it. It's like that. So, so what? I am trying to reach mechanism again that management profession organization. Saying is very easy always. Oh, he's engineer only. Yes, he's engineer only. He is engineer only. He knows nothing. He takes money for bribe. They say that. Let them say. They are alien from people. They do not know anything. That's why they say that. Speaking sometimes is very easy, but truth lies elsewhere. I am trying to link management to all because they should understand that. I also try to link engineering management to economics because without economics there can be no management, and without management there can be no economics. All are same subject. We are using resources, natural resources, mind resources, and Indian mind. We do mining and get resources. We do crushing of rock and get resources. This means we are using nature only, natural resources only for our work. They call on this is natural, this is not natural, this is natural, this is not natural. How does it become? This point must be understood very clearly. And with those who can understand this shall benefit, public or others. Of course, engineers. Engineers never value themselves because of incomplete information to them itself when they come out of university. I am sure they don't know more than 25 to 30% of syllabus. Syllabus is a lot, but no one can study all in these sessions. I agree, but passing doesn't mean you know everything. I also do same. If I pass, doesn't mean that I learn. Yes, I could learn. That means examination means you are suitable for this field to work in. You can understand this one. That means only this. That doesn't mean this is your wealth. You were tried, you examined, and you are found suitable for this profession. That's what whole meaning is all about. We start thinking this is my property. Yes, your property, but paper property, not real property. Your property is here. Where? Here. How much do you have here? You have to know yourself. Nobody can teach you that. I can't know myself what I am, but I try to take it from somewhere. Just coming back to performance of management and management in engineering, I take engineering into this one. My management is different. Engineering management is all I'm talking about. Public should know this, but unfortunately they do not know this because somebody misleads them and they change everything. Now, I will not take much time on management. I have taken already a lot of time in this because we have to learn and teach people about sequence. We go to now this management. Yeah, soil is also there. And I say that this quantity engineering is also there. Project engineering, total quality engineering. This is quality engineering. Quality engineering is. Again, I say quality engineering. What does it mean actually? Quality, we take it actually wrongly in our our consideration. We take its in concept wrong because what you think is right is not sometimes not right. We say quality, 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 but we don't understand. We limit it to quality testing. We don't take it further, which is actually quality. Quality, actually, if you see from where it came, if you just think artically what is quality, it is actually color. Now, when I say quality, see, they say total quality. I agree with that. It is total quality, but total of what? Question is that total of what? We say total quality management. They say total quality management. Ultimately, management is there. They have not run away from that. Management of organization, same. I say management or organization. You say whatever you want to say. Women management or organization. I say women management because women is also there. So why men only? They say man includes women. Okay, fine. Women includes men then. Or same thing. Actually, men does not include women, but women includes men. This is fact. WOMAN. Man is there and management. No W is there. So, so that way, I want to say that you have to be practical. So I'm just doing new practice. Total quality management TQM. This is not a term. This is not a title at all. This is fact. You may say total of quality and management. No, this is quality management. Quality plus quality plus quality plus quality plus quality plus quality, and then how many more qualities? And management. Total quality management. How many qualities are there then? Many. Yes, many. It's also a fact. Many qualities are there. Qualities. You have to decide. You are professional. Decide how many qualities are there. So many qualities are there. Do you know how? Think of. Think yourself. You can think yourself. Nobody can stop you. Let me stop this window. Just let me come back in 1 minute. How many qualities are there? Let us see our profession first. Civil engineering. How many qualities are there? Let us see. Can we assess? We have to assess. Let's assess how many qualities are there. Let us say budgetary number one. Budgetary. Feasibility report. Is that not work? Let's work. Feasibility report. After that, feed, right? FEED, feed. And before that, we say feasibility report, in which covers inspection of site also. So that's a part of report. You can say feed, After that, what after that? After that, investigation of site. Yes, survey, geological survey, geotechnical survey, bathymetric survey, or what sort of historical survey. Then what? Then designs. Designs, all levels of designs. Preliminary level, information level, preliminary level of design or information level of design, or working level of design, or schematic design, or building permit design. You can say many types of designs. So that is a club of designs. Then quantification for tendering, budgeting, detailing, and planning, because planning moves with that, and also specifying what we have to do. Though it's feed there already, yet you have to specify particularly for this. And then devise and design of contract, and all these come together, all these club together become standard, becomes bid or detail, which you have to do yourself. If you go for tender for some contractor, fine, or you do yourself. Then comes again qualification for activities, work of site. So see how many qualities are there. Number one, what is that? Budget. Budget, you can say, and before sorry, first is preliminary. I mean to say, sorry, I missed that point. That is the feasibility report. First is feasibility report. Number two, budget. Number three, feed. Number four, investigation. Number five is design. Number six is quantification. Number seven is planning, and then all the bidding documents. These are 8 points before site. Then site work. Site work has same again many. It's again many, like investigation, supervision, and before the execution, supervision, planning, quantification, and this quality test, quality test, and then contracts again for 7 or 8 points. So see, every point here means it takes quality system with this. Design must have a system, investigation must have a system, planning must have a system, quantity must have a system, bidding or working must have a system. Every section we are talking is based on some procedure, some quality system that govern that section. Whole system must have certain defined criteria of quality. Should it not have? So it's not simply that quality testing I'm talking, we're talking. It's all you sum all these at different stages or together. Product on site is all these points, 15, 16 points, or whatever number, 10, 12 points. Sum of all these is that product. Don't you think that you are doing? It's a different profession. Don't you think that? It's a different profession. Different profession. Certainly, not uncertainly, certainly without any degree of ambiguity. It is certain without any volatility, but with rigid approach, quality approach, functional approach, original approach, and to deliver. This is quality management. This quality can't be found somewhere else. Why don't this is analysis of understanding? We understand this is called analysis of system understanding in civil engineering. And each field is very extensive. Each field. In this is theory of structure also, structural design as well, construction, all mechanism, testing, planning, what planning we have to do, testing of quality but where to do, what is contract, where is contract, all conditions, all drama of contract. So much so is the, what do you call it then? You won't find that much in other professions. You go to chartered accountancy, there's no such section, no many such sections. Go to medical, yes, specialties are there, but repetitive, nothing new. They can't innovate. You go to whatever section, whatever profession, this is unequal because engineering is for development. Engineering is for development, engineering is for industrialization, industry for social change, industries for different world. Engineering is for different world, not for what world today is. We have to make different world. That is purpose of engineering, and purpose means with geniusity, with power of genius you have to do it. With power of genius. Engineers of this age must understand this point. You are not simply engineer, you are change agent, you are change genius. You are going to change something. Others can't change. Others only can evolve. Others can only use your change. You deliver a building, they use it. That's it. No other way. Your product can be used. Your good can be used. Now they say good. My view is that. What's your view? I am explaining. Nobody explained to me that. Really speaking, my whole life, when I was student or in life, I did not find any explanation from anyone about my profession, your profession. I didn't find that. So I try to think and find myself how to express this. We have to take this point into our concentration. For this, we have to do a lot of study on subjects. In my time, remember when I was young, I was in my diploma and then I'm in degree. I had studied well. Diploma was not that high. Though we had to electrical many subjects, I can say like English or common subject and labor relations, civics, physics, chemistry, mathematics. You can say electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, civil engineering, construction engineering, and drawings and this and that. So many subjects are still what this water supply, sewage, and so many more subjects were there. Applied mechanics, strength of material. I had to understand surveying and workshops and laboratories. This was mainly because of 3 years engineering. Then we start going to your degree sales. That's the institution of engineers, Calca, institution of engineers area, location. We have to study 17 subjects there. I studied 17, so it's there. That's in section 8, 9 subjects, and section 2, 8 subjects. The mandatory, and it would be a period of 6 months for your project or reference. So I remember. I still did them. I'm not exactly in the Maths 1 and Maths 2. They're calling Maths 1 and Maths 2. One was dominating differential calculus, other was dominating calculus, integral calculus. Then there was, what you call it, electrical engineering and applied thermodynamics, and there was social science, those, drawings, and, a few more subjects. The modern physics, and like that there were 9 subjects. I actually don't remember how many were there. There were 9 subjects in that era, and now there were another 8 in section B, and this 8 out of the 8, 5 were mandatory for everybody. fluid mechanics, they are like that means designs and you can say theory of structure, then surveying, and then one more construction and foundation engineering, and the electric subjects. So those all subjects take you to such a level of understanding that you become a thinker. Means engineering, the engineering students convert to thinker stage at one part of time, and that's very important. And we have to understand this subject in totality, not in simple learning. Example that I said, I studied applied geology. So it may not be something, surprising subject for someone, but this is very interesting subject. Of course, it's not numerically based, it's theory based, but it's very complicated in terms, its terminology, in its chemistry, in its, scientific basis. It's very difficult subject. But difficult or no difficult, this is required for a civil engineer to know it. What is earth, what is lithosphere, what is crust, what is mantle, what is sea, what is this and what is agencies, natural agencies, how metals move, how nature rocks move from here to there, how this particle moves from here to there. Means everything you have to do. Now this was about management. Something you will say, why I'm going through again and again the same. No, it's not again the same. It's very important because I wanted to put in quality understanding in this. And this quality is actually a very important part because we have to do it. If you don't use quality, your work is worthless. No use whatever you do. You can't say this is professional work, and that is not professional work. This is what I'm saying. If you have to do that, it's professional work. Then we go to now, it's about 2 hours over. So go to now of your, I say I jump to your general material. That's called, what it was. General talk, some talk we do today. I leave it, then I'll talk later on, and I take now general talk I take, and then we'll take FIDIC. After that, FIDIC silver. So I open file general. Let me close some open files there because there's no use of these files to remain open. So I close this file here, lsafety file, I close this, and then I open this file that is, I file this is soil, no, where this FedEx silver, no, before that I have to see section 1 general. Okay, open this section in general. General section 1 general. I think we talked about 100 something yesterday. Let me see, so 100 page of what? Compressed gas cylinders, then it was working at height. I think we are done working at height, so we should move further. Electrical we have done, first aid we have done, fire precaution we have done. I think if they take occupational diseases, fire precaution prevention. I think we had done up to first aid. Yes, I'm sure we had done up to first aid. So we had to take into fire protection and prevention. Combustible material. No, this was done. I am sure this was done. Torches was that. Emergency equipment. Emergency equipment. Hazardous substances. So we had done this. I think we had done this. Fire precaution and prevention they have taken. Emergency equipment. Yeah. Hmm. Okay, we take this. We start with this again. Or let us say fire precaution prevention. Just go by that. Means if you type in between means it won't be sensible. So I'm starting that. Let's go how it happens. Okay, let me see now. Fire precaution and prevention. Let us say. Let me go for half an hour thing. This one, I think it's better if I go for half an hour only. Because 5:49. Let's see how it looks. Fire precaution and prevention. Contractor shall take all necessary precautions against fire as required by insurance company, ensuring works department says we did that. Quantities of flammable matters on site shall be kept to an absolute minimum and shall be properly handled and stored. This we have done. Then let's go to then flammable matter. The information warning signs will be provided. Okay, that's okay. Emergency equipment we're talking. Non-emergency equipment. Temporary fire protection equipment for work sites. Temporary fire protection equipment for work site shall be provided by contractor for duration of contract. Such equipment may include, but it's not limited to, what says below. There's portable fire extinguishers, fire sand buckets. So it is portable fire extinguishers, fire sand buckets, fire water, fire water storage and distribution system, fire suppression system, fire smoke gas detection system, fire warning, alarm, emergency evacuation systems. All right. So portable fire extinguishers, fire sand buckets, fire water storage and distribution system, fire suppression system, fire smoke gas detection system, fire warning, alarm, emergency evacuation system, and then procedures. Emergency contact telephone numbers, communications, breathing apparatus and or respirators, then breathing apparatus and respirators, torches, loud hailer, emergency lighting, adequate and safe emergency exit. Those are provided assembly muster point. I repeat this list this is important. Yes, it says temporary fire protection equipment for all work sites. Temporary fire protection equipment for all work sites shall be provided by contractor for duration of contract since provided by engineer. All right. I think I skipped from this type to move on. Portable fire extinguisher, fires and buckets, fire water storage and distribution system, fire suppression system, fire smoke gas detection system, fire water alarm emergency evacuation system, procedures, emergency contact telephone numbers, communications, breathing apparatus or respirators, torches, loud hailers, emergency lighting, adequate and safe emergency exit, and those are provided. And you know, assembly must count. Mm. Escape routes. Escape routes, access way to alarm point. Escape route, access ways to alarm point and extinguishers, hydrants, and other firefighting equipment and first aid kits kept closer clear of obstructing all items. Escape routes, access ways to alarm points, extinguishers, hydrants, and other firefighting equipment and first-hand kits kept clear of. So we say escape routes. Okay, dear, let's go further. As I said before, it required routes, escape routes, access ways to alarm, access ways to alarm points, extinguishers, hydrants, and other areas. Mm. Mm. All structures that are normally occupied by 5 to 25 people shall be provided with following portable fire extinguisher equipment and first aid kit, trained first aider, emergency contact information notices, and telephone or radio communication equipment. Hmm. Complications, yes. So train first elder emergency contact information notices, telephone or radio communication equipment. So once again, I'll say we are more than 25% work. We have to provide portables, portables fire extinguisher equipment, first aid kit, trained first aider and emergency contact information notices, telephone or radio communication equipment. After that, that is all temporary facility structures, all temporary facility structures normally that are normally occupied by 25 to 100 are uh, okay. Let's see how it works. 24 and then it's Sandy or Jai. So I say all temporary facility structures that are normally occupied by 25 to 100 people shall be provided with above plus following smoke detectors, one first aid kit for each 25 people, uh, designated emergency evacuation routes and an emergency preparedness and evacuation plan, an emergency alarm system, an emergency evacuation drill at periods not exceeding 6 months, an area set aside for heating and consumption of food, you can say where oven can be provided, all temporary facility structures that are normally occupied in more than 100 people, 100 personnel will be provided with above plus followings, and that is a fire water system, an approved nurse emergency lighting system, and all temporary fire protection system equipment shall be manufactured, inspected, tested, and maintained in accordance with Department of Civil Defense or internationally recognized standards. Now come to hazards. Hazard substance. Hazard is very important. Put light off. No need of light now. Your light pinches my eyes also. Then let's see the light. Let's put this fan on. Hazardous substances. Contractor will control, constant control, use, handling, transportation, and storage of hazardous substance to reduce associated health risks. These requirements below are minimum that a contractor shall meet to comply with their contractual occupational health and safety obligations. Radioactive materials. Radioactive materials are hazardous substances, and whatever use of such materials on site require a method statement and job hazard analysis to be submitted to engineer for approval prior to any radioactive material being delivered to site. Where where any spillage of liquid occurs, where any spillage of liquid occurs, contractor shall take action to immediately clean spillage and remove any contaminated materials from work site. That's called where any spillage of liquid occurs. Spillage means spillage of liquid occurs. Contractor shall take action to immediately clean, clean, uh, clean. We can say where spillage and liquid occurs, contractor will take action to immediately clean spillage and removes any contaminated material from work site. Effectively control hazards associated with use, storage, handling, and transportation of hazardous substances. Contract shall maintain a register of all hazardous substances on work site, obtain material safety data sheets for all hazardous substances, make an assessment of health risk associated with intended use of such hazardous substances, provide control measures required to reduce risks, identified acceptable level, acceptable level, and acceptability will be based on internationally recognized best practices and standards. So, train people that train people use handle or transport hazardous substances in associated risks and control measures, provide routine health checks for employees that are exposed to hazardous substances, provide appropriate spill containment and disposal spill kit, toxic hazardous substances correctly tagged, labeled, signage, and secured, adequate storage provided, and Class B fire extinguishers nearby. Then safety of public, that's very important. Working in public areas, contractor must ensure that contact control measures are in place to protect public workforce and assets by providing appropriate lighting, fencing, barricades, and lockable units, adequate levels of security, including use of trained security guards, to be required. Contractor must also ensure appropriate warning signage displayed and where appropriate safe pedestrian walkways are identified and maintained. Safety and security procedures be implemented in accordance with Qatar Work Zone Traffic Management Guide and for requirement by Department of Civil Defense and Police. These shall be included as minimum warning signs and lights, Adequate barricades, railings, road hump for reduced and controlled speed, and other safeguards as required by nature and location of work being undertaken. Access to all properties shall be maintained by adequately signed, posted diversion, temporary bridges, or other facilities. All night watchmen access to all property shall be maintained by adequately signed posted diversions, temporary bridges, or other facilities. A night watchman shall be assigned to ensure that all barricades, lights, and other protective apparatus are maintained during hours of darkness. Designated pedestrian routes Designated pedestrian routes shall be clearly signed and with firm, even surfaces that are free from distractions. Where such routes traverse level changes, they shall be sloped at gradients not exceeding 10% or cut with steps of even height and a thread width of at least 40 or 400 mm. Slopes and steps will have an anti-slip surfaces where edges of pedestrian routes are raised more than 1.52 meters above surrounding level. Solid barriers shall be provided at each raised edge to prevent people from falling. All such equipment shall be routed away from pedestrian access areas where such equipment crosses pedestrians areas. It shall be located under pedestrian areas or under or it at a height of at least 2 meters, 2.5 meters above surface. Where such equipment is routed over a pedestrian areas, it shall be clearly marked with warning signs. No electrical cable, hoses, or pipes shall be routed along any staircase, ladder access, or access across any doorway. This applies to both temporary and permanent works. Contractor shall provide Contractor shall provide client with photocopies of passports, police clearances, and whatever similar personal security documentation necessary to obtain client temporary identification cards and passes for contractor personnel to enter client STP PTP premises. STP stands for Civil Student Planted Certai. Premises contractor shall ensure that contractor personal safety such display such personal display such identification at all times with their when they are on client STP FTP premises. Contractors shall provide a method statement and job hazard analysis for all demolition and dismantling activities. Everyone involved in work needs know what measures are to be taken to control risks and risk as a pre-work briefing based on method statement and job hazard analysis shall be given and recorded by a supervisor. Worker Workers will be closely supervised to ensure that control measures required are put into practice. An exclusion zone shall be created around demolition or dismantling area to prevent persons not directly involved with work activity around that area gaining access. Contractors shall not allow materials to fall into any area where people are walking or passing through. Protection, protection screens, fences, or canopies may be needed to control falling objects. Welfare, safety, and protection of workmen. Contractor must make arrangements for suitable welfare facilities to be present from start of work. There are specific requirements for provisions of welfare facilities in Section 11, Part 1, Regulatory Document 118, Appendix 1. Will give you this. This already available on this URL. You can see that it's available. Is URL already available for regulatory documents part 1118 appendix I. Now persons protective equipment, personal protective equipments attire you can say and we call them PPE. All contractors personnel shall be provided with safety helmets eye protection and food protection, safety helmets, eye protection and food protection shall be worn. Food protection shall be worn all times by all contractor personnel on site except all contractor personnel shall be provided with gloves, hearing protection, safety reflecting vest, dust mask and other protective clothing suitable for nature of work they are performing and their working environment. Shorts and sleeveless shorts are prohibited. All contractors sleeveless shorts and sleeveless shirts are prohibited. All contractors' personnel shall wear high visibility clothing. All contractors' personnel, all contractors' personnel shall wear high visibility clothing as outer layer of clothing at all times when working on a road or within a road that within the road work zone in accordance with Qatar work zone traffic management guide. Need for other types of PPE shall be identified by contractors for part of their job hazard analysis or risk assessment processes. Contractors shall display signage detailing requirement of mandatory PPE throughout 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 work sites. Signage shall be in a format that is easily recognizable to all persons on site, regardless of their preferred language. Safety equipment. Safety equipment. Structure something. Construction equipment must only be used in a manner and limitation for which it is designed, inspected regularly with color code, sticker, and cutter license for driver operator must be available. Adequate hard Adequate hard barricading, temporary bridges, temporary footprints, lighting, warning, tape and sign posting shall be provided at all excavations. Adequate bracing and shoring shall be provided at all locations. 2 meters spoil clearance from excavated pit and sloping shall be maintained if applicable. Correctly made ladders must be provided for access into excavations and onto scaffolding all and buildings. Contractors' self-made ladders shall not be used. Scaffolding made Scaffolding made ladders must be provided for access into excavations and onto scaffolding and buildings. Contractor shall self-made ladders shall not be used. Scaffolding shall be erected in accordance with international recognized standards, best best practice and manufacturers' recommendations and shall be fitted with toe boards with guardrails and mid-rail. Proper access, food boards. Scaffolding shall be erected in accordance with international recognized standards, best practices, and manufacturers' recommendations, and shall be fitted with toe board, guardrails, top and or mid-rail, proper access, fully boarded platform, tagged system, and hand railing. Refer to 10.3.10. Following basic safety equipments required for any overhead work in confined spaces and shall be supplied by contractors. Gas detectors, monitors, complete with carrying case, rechargeable batteries and battery charger, calibration kit, all to approval of engineer. Consumable items, and sensors to be replaced in accordance with manufacturer's recommendations during course of contract to members. Mm. So gas detectors we are choosing this. So given a gas detector monitors complete the carrying where complete carrying case, rechargeable batteries and battery charger, calibration kit, all to the approval of engineer, consumable items and sensors to be replaced in accordance with manufacturer's recommendations during course of control, full body rescue safety harness with lifelines and shackles, the six numbers and lifting frame complete, lifting frame lifting frame complete with fall arrest device, one number and constant flow escape breathing, constant flow escape breathing, apparatus complete with storage case two numbers and automatic automatic positive pressure, self-contained breathing apparatus complete with storage number one. Contact shall maintain all safety equipment in good working conditions, orders and up to up to date up to date calibration and test certifications where appropriate. Contact shall ensure that whosoever person working about 2 meters using fall prevention devices with valid third party certificate and to provide item for providing them proper training in selecting and selection and selection and use of fall prevention devices. Let me say water. That's the water. Okay. 620. Alright, now government shall provide and maintain the working conditions on a compressed air escape respirator set that's dragger, save auto PP or similar in contract site office. One oxygen one oxygen resuscitation unit. Oxygen one oxygen resuscitation unit shall be provided in contractor site office. Truck or trailer mounted attenuators, TMAs or lorry mounted crash cushion must be used in accordance with Qatar Zone Traffic Movement Guide. Now, support facilities for contractor staff and workers and laborers. Contractors shall provide regularly clean and maintain for duration of contract portable water washing facilities and sufficient toilets with steel exhaust fan and as sanitary facilities for use by workmen in accommodation toilet, at messing facilities and in areas where work is in progress. Contract shall provide and maintain for duration of contract messing facilities and a separate designated area for consumption of food for his staff and laborers. Cooking and dining facilities that are provided with operated and maintained in clean and hygienic conditions. Food preparation and storage areas shall be separated from eating areas. No person with any communicable disease will be permitted to work in any kitchen or dining room. Kitchen workers who have cuts or skin conditions on their hands will not be permitted to work in whatever kitchen or drying area. Any kitchen or drying area shall not be permitted because of cuts or skin conditions. And kitchen workers that handle or serve food will wear latex gloves. Kitchen workers that handle or serve food will wear latex gloves helmets, and clean clothing. When allowed for in project documentation, contractor may provide accommodation facilities for staff and laborers at site. Such facilities shall be maintained in a proper manner and to satisfaction of appropriate government departments and engineers. Contract shall provide transportation between staff accommodation and area of work for such staff and laborers. Alerts. Contract shall provide sufficient bins for waste and scrap regularly collected, collected, segregated, and removed from site. Arrangement for temporary storage of waste on site shall be made in clearly designated and defined areas that have fences and signs to clearly indicate nature of waste. Where combustible waste are stored, portable fire extinguishers shall be provided. Waste collection points shall be provided throughout work areas and shall be clearly marked with signage to indicate nature of waste that's to be collected. Waste shall be separated and collected in following categories: metals, oils, concrete and stone, tires and rubber, glass, general, food, sewage, chemicals. Where temporary facilities are created for the storage of materials and equipment, such areas shall be clearly defined and fenced. Notices shall be displayed to indicate nature of storage area. Whatever hazardous substances that are stored shall be only kept in accordance with supplier's recommendation and requirements of hazardous substance specifications. Flammable materials and fuel oil storage areas. Flammable materials and fuel oil storage areas must be separated from other temporary structures or works under construction by distance of 30 meters. Where materials are stored in stacks, they shall not be stacked to height of more than 1.5 meters. Where materials are to be manually handled, materials for mechanical handling that are on pallets or contained in bins shall not be stacked more than 3 units high, base bin or pallet being on firm level ground. Circular materials such as pipes and tubes shall be stored in a manner that prevents them from rolling. They shall be placed in a container or frame or have timber wedges of an adequate size inserted between materials and ground to prevent rolling. Contractors shall make arrangements to maintain an adequate working environment and take into account requirements of the specifications to fulfill contractual obligations relating to occupational health and safety. Adequate arrangement shall be based on internationally recognized standards. Ergonomics and proper layout of work area, darkness or poor visibility increases risk of persons on work site slipping, tripping or falling. It also increases the risk of operator error for plant. Vehicle, machinery and equipment operations to reduce such risks and contract with will provide the following. To reduce such risks, contractor will provide following risks. Okay, now ergonomics and proper layout of work area. Darkness or poor visibility increases risk of persons on work site slipping, tripping or falling. It also increases risk of operator error for plant, vehicles, machinery and equipment operations. To reduce such risks, the contract shall provide following: temporary lighting or work site areas, access areas and roads that shall be used. during hours of darkness. Task lighting for all work activity at night or in areas with poor visibility. Then, task lighting for all work areas activity at night with poor visibility. Task lighting for all work activity at night or in areas with poor visibility. Emergency lighting for pedestrian access roads in areas of poor visibility and those used during night time working. All right, then we go to task size. Okay, now emergency lighting for pedestrian access routes in areas of poor visibility and those used during nighttime working ensure absence of glare, proper lighting in corridors, summer working conditions and fatigue. All right, now summer working conditions and fatigue. Well, ensure absence of glare and proper lighting is called summer working conditions and fatigue. It is that I think it is already 6:30, so we should change it now, right? So, okay, let us say summer working conditions, fatigue, and then we'll change. There are summer working conditions and fatigue. Now, during period from June 15th until August 31st, work under direct sun rays is prohibited from 11:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. unless special arrangement is taken by contractor. Then control and ease effect of direct sun on workers. This arrangement should be approved by engineer's representative and should be agreed upon by before implementation. So during period from June 15th until August 31st, work under direct sun rays is prohibited from 11:30 to 3 p.m. 11:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. unless special arrangements taken by contractors to control and ease effect of direct sun on workers. This arrangement should be approved by engineer's representative and be agreed upon before implementation. Now, high outdoor temperatures expose persons on work sites to risk of dehydration. Contractors shall provide shaded rest areas, and drinking water supplies for all persons on work site. Sunlight exposes persons on work site to risk of skin disorders. Employers employers would provide workwears that covers the skin of our employees. Employers shall provide workwear that covers the skin for employees working in direct sunlight. Sunlight may also cause glare for operators of mobile plant, work vehicles, machinery, and equipment. Contractor shall provide shaded operating positions to reduce such risks. Contractor shall develop suitable management arrangement to control working hours and shift pattern in order to address and manage risk of fatigue. Additional environment protection and pollution control. This will take later on, I think. For plant and equipment test certificate, labor accommodation. Let me finish this. Why not let me finish this? Additional environment protection and pollution control. I'll finish this. Contractors shall comply with all conditions of environmental clearance issued for contract by Ministry of Environment and also their relevant predecessors to MOE, Supreme Council of Supreme Council for Environment and Natural Reserves. Contractor, contractor, contractor shall comply with all rules and regulations regarding environmental protection and pollution control issued by Ministry of Environment and also where relevant predecessors to the 2ME Supreme Council for Environment and Natural Resources, plant and equipment test certificates. Now, cranes, whether used to construct works or provided as part of permanent works, must have a current test certificate. Each sling, shackle, or other item of loose lifting tackle, whether used to construct works or provided as part of permanent works, must have either a current manufacturer's test certificate or a current test certificate. Each sling, shackle, or other items of loose lifting tackle were whether used to construct works or provided as part of permanent works must have either a current manufacturer's test certificate or a current test certificate. Test certificate must be issued by a competent testing authority approved by engineer. Contractor must have a copy of each test certificate on site available for inspection by engineer. Following British standards and codes of practice shall be complied with. Mobile and tower cranes, British standard BS 1757, BS 2799 and CP 3010. Overhead cranes BS 466 and BS 5744. Slings BS 1290. Chain blocks BS 3243. Shackle alloys BS for 3551. High tensile steel BS 3032. Labor accommodation. Now we'll talk of this later on. I like to close it now for this safety issue or general issue. We'll take up tomorrow or next time. Now this is about I'm going to start FIDIC in addition to this today. So I close this file and open FIDIC file. Yeah, so I don't know if waste more time on this. Let me open FIDIC silver. So we will move that. So now this is, we are going to stock on FIDIC, which we study, and this is FIDIC in fact, you know, this is FIDIC 2017, silver, red we have finished. We can discuss in between, but it's finished. FIDIC 2017, now yesterday I started that. So FIDIC and we can start that one now. We talked yesterday up to some point on FIDIC, and what was that point? I think it was some 35 pages. Let me see what page is that. We had talked. We had talked in this. Like we had talked like complex undertaking. No, it's not that. This was up to it's about, no, not this one. We shall go back. I think I advanced. Where I'm going, I'm at 28. Yes, I've typed. Now we go, contact shall comply with applicable health. No, it's not that. I passed here up to some definitions, I think. Also definitions I was. I'm going to that much. Definitions we closed. Given all determination. Yeah. I think it's a definition what I'm looking at. I don't know. Page 8 is come. How it would be? Yeah, these are definitions actually. Here means this interpretation. Yes, we had done interpretation yesterday. Is the page 8 only, 29 something, 8 only. Okay, we had done this. Now up to this class 1 2 we did yesterday. These are definitions, and this means it was actually otherwise. Okay, it's now notices on other communication. Notices on other communication. We are going to talk of this. This is clause 1 3, other communicate, and clause 1 3. This is notices and other communications. This is about 1 hour way to go. So let me close this because we do come otherwise. Or we'll no, let it be there. Let me close this letter. All right. Wherever these conditions provide for sort of conduct FIDIC, I'm talking again. I'm telling you, I'm talking FIDIC. Again, I'm telling you, it's FIDIC 2017. FIDIC 2017 silver. I'm talking, and I'm talking starting with clause 1 3. Already we have talked up to 1 2. So it's now notices and other communications. Wherever these conditions provide for giving of a notice, including notice of dissatisfaction, or issuing, providing, sending, submitting, or transmitting of another type of communication, including acceptance, acknowledgement, advising, agreement, approval, certificate, claim, consent, decision, determination, discharge, instruction, no objection records of meeting, permission, proposal, record, reply, report, request, review, statement, and submission or some other similar type of communication, notice or other communication shall be in writing. And I repeat because this is a long one, so I can repeat and understand it properly. What is that? Wherever, wherever these conditions provide for giving a notice, including a notice of dissatisfaction or issuing, providing, sending, submitting, or transmitting of another type of communication, including acceptance, acknowledgement, advice, agreement, approval, certificate, claim, consent, decision, determination, discharge, instruction, no objection, records of meeting, permission, proposal, record, reply, report, request, review, statement, submission, or any or some other similar type of communication, notice or other communication shall be in writing. And A shall be, now see, there is A, there's B, there's C, there D. There are four parents. Now see, A, what does it say? What is state? Shall be, as all I said above, shall be one, a paper original signed by contractor's representative or by employer's representative, as case may be, or two, an electronic original generated, an electronic original generated from whatever of systems of electronic transmission stated in contract data, if not stated systems, acceptable to employer, where electronic original is transmitted by electronic address uniquely assigned to each of such authorized representatives, or both paper, original, or electronic as stated in these conditions. And B, if it is a notice, if it is a notice, it shall be identified as notice. If it is another form of communication, it shall be identified as such and include provisional reference to provisions of contract under which it is issued where appropriate. C. Delivered by hand against receipt or sent by mail or courier against receipt or transmitted using whatever systems of electronic transmission under subparagraph A2 above, and D. Delivered, sent, or transmitted to address for recipient's communications as stated in contact data. However, if recipient gives a notice of another address, all notices and other communications shall be delivered accordingly after sender receives such notice. Where these conditions, where these conditions state that a notice or NOD or other communications, NOD means notice of dissatisfaction, or other communication is to be delivered, given, issued, provided, sent, submitted, or transmitted. It shall have effect when it is received or deemed to have been received at recipient's current address under subparagraph D above. An electronically transmitted notice or other communication is deemed to have been received on day after transmission, provided no known delivery notification was received by sender. All notices and all other types of communication referred to above shall not be unreasonably withheld or delayed. When a notice of dissatisfaction is issued by a party or employer representative, paper and or electronic original shall be sent to intended recipient, and a copy be sent to employers representatives or other party, as case may be. All other communications to be copied to parties, parties and or to employers representative as stated under these conditions of elsewhere in contract. 1.4 Clause 1.4 Law and Language. So this was about communication. So we talked on this. Is very common. You can explain nothing to explain much on that. Law and language. Contract shall be governed by law and law of country or other jurisdiction is stated in contract data. If not stated, law of country, excluding any conflict of law rules. Best information again. We are talking on FIDIC 2017 silver. Contract shall be governed by law of country or other jurisdiction stated in contract data, if not stated, law of country, excluding conflict of law rules. Ruling language of contract shall be that stated in contract data, if not stated, language of these conditions. If there are there are versions of any, there is a version of certain part of contract which are written in more than one language, version which is in ruling language shall prevail. Okay, then language for communication shall be that stated in contract data. If no language is stated, the language for communications would be shall be ruling language of contract. Clause 1.5 Priority of documents. Very important clause. Priority of documents. Documents forming contract and are to be taken, documents forming contract are to be taken as mutually explanatory of one another. If there's a certain conflict, ambiguity, or discrepancy, priority of document shall be in accordance with following sequence. Again, if there is certain conflict, ambiguity, or discrepancy, priority of document shall be in accordance with following sequence. A. Contract agreement. Simple. Contract agreement. B. Particular condition. Part A. Contract data. C. Particular conditions. Part B. Special provisions. D. These general conditions. E. Employer's recruitment. I'm sorry, employer's requirements. D is general conditions and E is employer's requirements. F is schedules. G is tender. H is joint venture undertaking. If contract is a joint venture. And whatever else document forming part of contract. If party finds an ambiguity or discrepancy in documents, that party shall promptly give a notice to other party describing ambiguity or discrepancy. After giving or receiving such notice, employer shall issue necessary clarification or instruction. So remember, the biggest powerful document is contract agreement, and after that, contract data. That is particular condition of part A, which is powerful one. That is contract data, and then special provisions are, that is particular conditions, because particular conditions means those particular conditions have been drawn from general conditions contract data, contract agreement, which are invalid in that conditions in part A, but part B speaks for those. Part B replaces virtually those conditions in contract data. So part B is heavier, part A is heavier, but for those items which have been taken up by part B, part is invalid. And then general conditions, particular conditions A, particular condition B, and general conditions. General conditions which we are talking, these are this part A and part B are there. General conditions are applicable at this point because all those specific conditions which have taken up in special process provisions that are more important than those general conditions, and therefore employers' requirements and schedules and tender. So one number is general conditions, which is to be taken first, and then particular conditions A. Then this that is so contract agreement is number one. Particular condition A, that is contract data, is number two. Just keep in mind, contract is number one, most important document. No other document comes one. So contract number one, particular condition, contract data you can say number two, then special provisions number three, and then general conditions number four, and employers requirements number five. Schedules number six, and tender is then seven, and JV document in the ordinance. So important point is what? Important point is contract agreement which governs your whole contract element, and then particular conditions is contract data. These are deciding factors, and then if cannot, then there's another one, that is special provisions and general conditions. Try to understand this. And then comes employers' requirements, that is scope of work, you can say, and schedules, and tender, and all other. It's very important point. So noting is, if a party finds an ambiguity or discrepancy in documents, party shall promptly give a notice to other party describing ambiguity or discrepancy. After giving or receiving such notice, employer shall issue necessary clarification or instruction. Then let's go contract agreement 1.6 clause 1. So now we'll discuss contract agreement top document. Top document, this is for engineers to know. Its drawing is not top, specification is not top, BOK is not top. Contract agreement is top. This is an important point, must be understood very well. Must be understood very well. If you cannot, it's a problem. Say contract agreement. Contract shall come into full force. Contract shall come into full force and effect on date stated in contract agreement. Costs of stamp duties and similar charges, if applies, imposed by law on connection with entry into contract agreement, shall be borne by employer. If contractor comprises JV, authorized representative of each member of JV shall sign contract agreement. 1.7 assignment. Assignment means transfer of your contract to someone else, like not that transfer, we can say subletting transfer. Means you are not able to do this to someone else, you do this on their behalf and outsource a contractor. But this is assignment. The assignment, it says neither party shall assign whole or any part or whatever part of contract or any benefit or interest in or under the contract. However, either party may assign whole or any part of or contract with a prior agreement of other party at sole discretion of such other party, may as securely in favor of a bank or financial institution assign parties right to any monies due or to become due under contract without both prior agreement of other party. Is this not subcontract? It's just something else. Assignment means neither party shall assign whole part of contract on the benefits or interest in under contract. However, either party may assign whole part of contract with prior agreement of other party at sole discretion of such other such other. Hmm. So let's move further. Let me close thought of the I think heat's coming up. I saw also temperature. I think is rising. So say assignment. As to may assign work, may assign whole or any part of contract with prior agreement of other party at sole discretion of such other party, and B is may secure in favor of bank or financial institution assign parties right to whatever money is due or to become due under contract without prior agreement of other party. 1.8 Clause 1.8 Care and supply of documents. Each of contractor's documents shall be in custody and care of contractor unless and until submitted to employer. Contractor shall supply to employer one paper original, one copy in form as specified in employer's requirements, or if not stated, a form acceptable to employer. Then we go to next one. Uh, Contractor shall keep at all times on site a copy of contract. Copy of contract is very important because we know what contract is. Maybe uh, price withhold from staff, that is possible. And records under subclause 610, contractors records, and subclause 20.2.3, 20.23.3, contemporary records and publications. Publications is okay. Speaking is temperature is causing a problem here. Humidity 80%. It's not a joke. 80% coming in. I close door. Humidity comes in as water particles also cause problem. Maybe they enter computer system. That's the problem. So I close my window here. Better. I mean, door, not window. I close it. You don't open both wants to break humidity better. In that case, break humidity. Fine. Okay, so we started. I know, out, no problem. Contract shall keep at all times on site a copy of contract records under subclause 610, contracts records, and subclause 22.3 contemporary records. Publication, if any, whatever named in employer's requirements, contractors' documents, and variations, notices, and other communications given under contract. Employer's personnel shall have right of access to all documents during normal working hours. as as otherwise agreed with contractors. If a party becomes aware of an error or defect, whether of a technical nature or otherwise, in a document which was prepared by or on behalf of contractor for use in execution of works, party shall promptly give a notice of such error or defect to other party. Contractor shall then promptly rectify error or defect at contractor's risks and cost. Number 9, employer's use of contractor's document. Employer's use of contractor's document. As between parties, contractors shall retain copyright and other intellectual property rights in contractor's document and other design documents made by on behalf of contractor. Contractors shall be deemed by signing contract agreement to give to employer a non-terminable, transferable, non-exclusive, royalty-free license to copy, use and communicate contractors' documents and such other design documents, including making and using modifications of them. This license, let me repeat this para because this is related to designs. Contractor shall be deemed contract agreement by signing contract agreement. It's understood. Contract shall be deemed by signing contract agreement to give to employer a non-terminable, transferable, non-exclusive, royalty-free license to copy. Non-terminable, transferable, non-exclusive, royalty-free license to copy, use and communicate contractors' documents and such other design documents, including making and using modifications of them. Very important. Contract shall be deemed by signing this contract. By signing this contract means copyright actually goes to some extent to employer. Contract shall be deemed by signing contract agreement to give employer a non-terminable, transferable, non-exclusive, royalty-free license to copy, use, and communicate contractors' documents and such other design documents, including making and using modifications of them. After this license shall, now what shall license do? A, apply throughout actual or intended operational life. Apply throughout actual or intended operational life, whichever is longer, of relevant. Example, let's say refinery or something also for 40 years, 30 years. This license shall be used for that period. So it's a free license. B, entitle whoever person in proper possession of relevant part of works to copy, use and communicate contractors documents and such other design documents for purposes of completing, operating, maintaining, altering, adjusting, repairing, and demolishing works. I repeat, this license shall entitle whoever, whatsoever, in proper possession of relevant part of works to copy, the number one, copy, use and communicate contacts documents and such other design documents for purpose of completing, operating, maintaining, al- altering, adjusting, repairing, and demolishing works. C. In case of contractors' documents and such design documents, which are in form of electronic or digital files, computer programs, and other software, permit their use on whatever computer on site and or at locations of employer and employer's representative and or at other places as envisaged by contract. And again I repeat, this license shall in case of contractor's document and such other design documents which are in form of electronic or digital files, computer programs, and other software, permit their use on whatever computer on site on or at locations of employer and employer's representative and or at other places as envisaged by contract. And the shall in event of termination of contract. This shall in event of termination of contract. One subclause 15(2), termination of contracts default, termination of contractors default, entitle employer to copy, use, and communicate contract document and other design documents made by or for contractor or two, under subclause 15.5, termination for employer's convenience, subclause 16.2, termination by contract, termination by contract or subclause 18.5, optional termination, entitle employer to copy, use, and communicate contractor's documents for which contractor has received payment. Means to copy, use, and communicate contractor's documents for which contractor has received payment for purpose of completing works and or arrangement for whatever other entities to do so. Contractor documents and other design documents made by or on behalf of contractors shall not, without contractor's prior consent, be used, copied, or communicated to a third party by or on behalf of employer for purposes other than those permitted under subclause 110. That's clause 110. Contractor's use of employer's document. Contractor's use of employer's document. Big gun. Yes, big gun. Contractor's use of employer's document as between parties, employer shall retain copyright and other intellectual property rights in employer's requirements and other documents made by or on behalf of employer. Contractor may at contractor's cost copy, use, and communicate these documents for purpose of contract. These documents in whole or in part shall not, without employer's prior consent, be copied, used, or communicated to third party by contract except as necessary for purposes of contract. 111 confidentiality, that's clause 111 confidentiality. Contractor shall disclose all such confidential and other information as employer may reasonably require in order to verify contractor's compliance with contract. Contractor shall treat all documents forming contract as confidential, except to extent necessary to carry out contractor's obligations under contract. Contractor shall not publish, permit to be published, or disclose whatever particulars of contract in whatever trade or technical paper or elsewhere without employer's prior consent. Employers and employers personal shall treat all information provided by contractor and marked confidential as confidential. Employer and employer's personnel shall not disclose or permit to be disclosed whatever such information or any such information to third parties except as may be necessary when exercising employer's rights under subclause 15(2) termination for contractor's default. A party's obligation of confidentiality under such a subclause shall not apply where information was already in that party's possession without an obligation of confidentiality before receipt from other party. B becomes generally available to public through no breach of these conditions. Or C is lawfully obtained by a party from a third party which is not bound by an obligation of confidentiality. Again, I'm telling you this is important. A party's obligation of confidentiality under this subclause shall not shall not apply where information A was already in the possession without an obligation of confidentiality before receipt from other party. B becomes generally available to public through no breach of these conditions. Or C is lawfully obtained by party from a third party which is not bound by an obligation of confidentiality. Clause 112, compliance with laws. Compliance with laws. Contractor and employer shall, in performing contract, comply with all applicable laws unless otherwise stated in employer's requirements. Contractor and employer shall, in performing contract, comply with all applicable laws unless otherwise stated in employer's requirements. Employer shall obtain planning, zoning, or building permit or similar permissions, licenses, and or approvals of permanent works and any other or whatever other permissions, licenses, and or approvals described in employer's requirements as having been or being obtained by employee. Employer shall indemnify and hold contractor harmless against and from consequences of whatever delay or failure to do so, unless failure is caused by contractor's failure to comply with sub paragraph C below. I will repeat this better clause. So compliance with laws I done. Now A is the statement is contractor and employer shall in performing contract comply with all applicable laws. That is unless otherwise stated in employer's requirements. Now A is employer shall have obtained or shall obtain, employer shall have obtained or shall obtain Planning, planning of this project, planning, zoning or building permit or similar permits, permissions, licenses, and or approvals for permanent works, and whatever other permits, permissions, licenses, and or approvals described in employers' requirements as having been or being obtained by employer. Employer shall indemnify and hold contractor harmless against and from consequences of whatever delay or failure to do so, unless failure is caused by contractor's failure to comply with subparagraph C below. Now B is this on AI. Now speak B and then C and then B. So B is contractor shall give all notices. Contractors shall give all notices, pay all taxes, duties, and fees, and obtain all permits, permissions, licenses, and/or approvals as required by law in relation to execution of works. Contractors shall indemnify and hold employer harmless against and from consequences of whatever failure to do so, unless failure is caused by employer's failure to comply with subclass 2.2 assistance. C. 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 Within times stated in employer's requirement, contractor shall provide such assistance and all documentation as described in employer's requirements or otherwise reasonably required by employer so as to allow employer to obtain any permit or whatever permit, permission, license or approval under subparagraph A above, and the contractor shall comply with all permits, permissions, licenses and or approvals obtained by employer under subparagraph A above. Now, if having complied with subparagraph C above, contractor suffers delay, contractor suffers delay and or incurs cost as a result of employer's delay or failure to obtain whatever permit, failure to obtain whatever permit, permission, license or approval under subparagraph A above, contractor shall be entitled subject to subclause 20.2 claims for payment and EOT under subparagraph. The contract shall obtain entitled, sorry, any permission, license or approval under subparagraph A above, contract shall be entitled subject to subclause 20.2 claims for payment under EOT and or AOT and or payment of such cost plus profit. So if having completed subparagraph C above, contract suffers delay and or incurs cost as a result of employer's delay or failure to obtain any permission or whatever permission, license or permit, permission or license are approved under subparagraph A above, contractor shall be entitled subject to subclass 20.2 claims for payment and extension of time and of payment of such cost plus profit. If employer incurs additional cost as a result of contractor's failure to comply with subparagraph C above or subparagraph D of C above, employer have shall have complied with. Now, employer incurs additional cost as a result of contractor's failure to comply with such subclass C and D. Employee shall be entitled subject to subclass 20.2 claims for payment for AOT to payment of these costs by contractors. 13, that's clause 113, joint and several liability. Joint and several liability. Let me see time. 47, 13 minutes more. Okay. Hmm. Joint and several liability. If contract is a joint venture, if contract is a joint venture, there's A, there's B, there's C. A, members of joint venture shall be jointly and severally, SEVRALLY, jointly and severally liable to employer for performance of contractor's obligations under contract. B, joint venture leader have authority to bind contractor and each member of joint venture, and neither member or nor neither member nor if known scope and part of works to be carried out by each member, nor legal status of joint venture shall be altered without prior consent of employer. But such consent shall not relieve or alter any liability under subparagraph above A above. Now 114 plus 114, and that is limitation of liability. Limitation of liability. This is a long paragraph, and limitation of liability says that neither party shall be liable to other party for loss of use of any works, loss of profit, loss of whatever contract or for whatever indirect or consequential loss or damage which may be suffered by other party in connection with contract other than under. A. Subclause 8.8 delay damages. B. Subparagraph C of subclause 13.3.1 variation by instruction. C. Subclause 15.7 payment after termination for employer's convenience. D. Subclause 16.4 payment after termination by contractor. Subclause 17.3 intellectual and industrial property rights. F. First paragraph of subclause 17.4 indemnities by contractor, and G. Subclause 17.5 indemnities by employer. Total liability of contractor to employers under or in connection with contract other than under subclause 2.6 employer supplied materials and his employers equipment, and Under subclause 419, temporary utilities. Under subclause 26, employer supplied materials and employer's equipment. And this is in total liability of contractor to employer under or in connection with contract other than under subclause 26 supplied material and employer's equipment, and 2 under subclass 419 temporary utilities, and 3 under subclass 17.3 intellectual and industrial property rights, and 4 under first paragraph and substation. Then under subclass 2.6 employer supplied material and employer's equipment, 2 under subclass 419 temporary utilities, 3 under subclass 17.3 intellectual and industrial property rights, and 4 under first paragraph of subclass 17.4 limit indemnities and contractors shall not exceed total stated total sum stated in contract price, contract data, or if sum is not so stated, contract price stated in, in, in contract agreement. Subclause shall not limit liability in any case of fraud, in whatever case of fraud, gross, gross negligence, deliberate default, or reckless misconduct by default party. After then, it is 115, that's contract termination. We have only few minutes left. I don't think we should go to contract termination at this moment. And it's 3:52. So let's go to contract termination. I don't think it's worth going to that. Well, I just read a statement only 115 clause 115 contract termination, just the statement, then we'll talk. Subject to whatever mandatory requirements under governing law of contract, termination of contract under whatever subclause of these conditions shall require no action of whatsoever kind of other party other than started stated on subcontract subclause. FIDIC 2017 silver. We are talking. I talked about 1 hour today, more than 1 hour. Yesterday also I talked. So today we have reached some more pages. I have reached up to termination, employees termination, which we'll discuss tomorrow or some other time. My purpose of FIDIC silver, FIDIC EPC silver is very important for engineers. Before this, we had a glimpse of red, FIDIC red. That is general, though it's not easy also. But that is for those who just supervise or who are involved themselves with contracting. It may be contracting engineer or it may be consultancy engineer, where a red book is involved. It's also very complicated, not easy. But there at least headache of contractors is lesser. Is lesser in comparison to APC. APC is a dynamic one. APC means here totality is required. EPC where you say you have to procure and you have to construct. In construction contract, it's not necessary, no need of design. You don't scope in design and you scope only in construction and also procurement of some construction related material and maybe some other equipment here, but generally equipment are purchased by by honor or by EPC. Honor in case of red honor purchases and for installation purpose, they may say you install them, you construct foundation and install them. But in EPC, it's different world, a world of higher responsibility, total responsibility, whatever sections I talked in quality system today, this system and that system, all those systems come into play. And this is a gigantic world, you can say complete scope of inception to complete work of design, construction, everything. I mean to say, this is a different responsibility, higher responsibility, where even sometimes feed you have to do. The feed should come from budgetary purposes, but feed can be done. Feed can also be made a part of EPC because this is a philosophical design. So means FIDIC silver is important. Yes, it is very important. It's not so that we can say it's not important. Very, very important. And that's where engineer has to learn. Red one is okay, means that is also very important, but there is a limitation, means you are just left to construct while construction design goes to whatever is to be constructed, that design goes to responsibility of engineers who later supervise your activities of construction. As just you can say real contract, but this is not real contract. This is design contract plus construction contract. Design contract and construction contracts are double work, having triple responsibility because you are going to share design responsibility, soil responsibility. It's not simply design, soil responsibility also you have to share. They may give you some feasible report, previous report, which does not have any contractual meaning. There may be a document when it uses a feed document, this is our design document. That is only for information purpose. Feed is also for information and soil report, whatever you get from the bid, that's also indicative. You cannot rely because maybe that is soil investigation was done 2, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years back, who knows? And there was some change in stratification could be possible. And maybe those locations taken and those are not relevant to your design. Maybe you have different type of board loads requirement or different type of location which you need information about. In that case, you can say it's your total responsibility from soil to final work. Complete design based on feed and also requirement of amino feed or no feed at all. Not necessary, but it should be. It's better for designer if you have feed. If you don't have feed, you make a feed for yourself. It's a kind of informative arrangement. Feed is a kind of, you can say, direction. What has to be done? There could be hundreds of items, there could be many utilities and so much, and mechanical foundations and others, which require many formula and design and such. A direction has to be given onto project, even that will be used by yourself, though you get that. You may forget later, but what sort of design it is, what do you understand by this soil, or based on that soil, or we have to conduct soil investigation in these areas and we have to extract information. Then what philosophy of design we have to apply, what theory of formula we can apply in this case, pipe case, in building case, in structural base case, in that case, in this case. This goes on ring from one, and there will be a thick book of feed, that's all FEED, front end engineering design, which is very important engineering document, though it's for guidance purpose, but this is very descriptive. It says you should be done like that, it can be done, this is an option, that's an option, this is an option. You decide to allow you do this for real design. So field is a design basis, or you can say philosophical design, and you have to then design according to real requirement.
So this is a double work here, but this is very important. And then because you have to survey, you set depending on your planning, your whatever layout, all that, and building permits comes in. And building permit isn't for everything. For utilities services, something else you have to do yourself. Means I'm not talking a building project alone. I'm talking of services project. I'm talking of facilities project. I'm talking of plants project. I'm talking of all mega projects where you can say millions of cubic meters of concrete is to be done. It's important there, and you have to procure machines, you have to procure vessels, you have to procure what, and you have to design them first. You have to, according to your philosophy, a mechanical engineering philosophy or piping. One exists, that's a complete teamwork required, but competently must be there. I'm talking here not only for them, I'm talking for all, and particularly for civil. So you must know complete mechanical information, whatever machine foundation you must have complete input of feedback from a performance of machine, operation of machine, what parameters machine have, what BHP it has, or functioning it is horizontal or vertical, or there is central of creativity, center of access. This is machine axis, and this is foundation axis, or this operational axis, and how they have to tally operating frequency, or this is natural frequency. All this information you must have, and that must be had from whom? From machines. And before that, you have to select machines according to plant's requirement. That's all. It's a big job. If you don't know which machine is going to be done and which machine is compatible and interface and coordinates with other machine, so that the train works adequately, which information must come from. So this is a big game here, big job here. First, the machine should be compatible, machine should have interfaces successfully, and then it goes to foundation design. So at that time, what they do is sometimes take just assume some foundation and design at initial stages, but later on all foundations are changed. Here is what EPC speaks about. Here is what we have to learn how to coordinate with others, how to overlap with others, how to work together with other disciplines, mechanical discipline, electrical discipline, and electronic discipline, and you can say software discipline, or you can say CCTV and SCADA system, and various systems. But that can be handled once you understand what machine is there, because your time consuming job are two here: foundations, buildings, and machines procurement, equipment and vessels, you can say rotary machines, or you can say vibratory machines or stationary machines. These take time after design, so, and depending upon what's required for purpose of this train or process trains, and that which machine is best one. And once you get that one, it takes time for them to manufacture and ship in time. So this is a big, you can say, big management here, big, you can say, organization of that. I'm just trying to explain that to you. It's very important because I have worked on such projects, of course, in civil capacity, but there's called, I use technical engineer there, you can say office engineer there on that project, or you can say in that position where you are exposed to all drawings and all specifications, all kinds of that. So I was this civil contractor, yes, that's to interact with those who are designers, others. So you can extract information as required by that. And that's the reason I'm trying to speak about this silver, which is though after that, we'll talk about yellow also, means which is plant and build, design and build mechanical. But this is also a part of that, which tells us what is EPC. This is not simply C, it is EPC. EPC is big one where billions of dollars of projects are handled. And that's very important for us as civil engineer and as a professional engineer, not only civil engineer. Here it's not that I'm civil, I'm structural, and that's not. It's not important. It's a contract is important here. Here specifications are important. Here line of action is important. Planning is important here, because it's not high rise here. No, it may be the maximum blast building. It may be blast resistant, it may be blast resilient, it may be, or no blast, maybe ordinary building, maybe massive blocks of foundations, maybe, so raft foundation. like that this would be. And you can say, mount, tabletops would be here. It's like that I'm talking. And what I say, my seriousness is that contract is very important for every engineer. Maybe you are too young, you don't care for that. But once you are trapped somewhere, because they know you are not sure about contract, they would extract your own talks when you interact with your contractor, interact with others, and maybe your seniors, and they come to know that your weakness lies in contract. They will trap you somewhere. It's a game in profession. Some people are good and some are bad, and they will trap you in contract. Once you're trapped in, it's difficult to come out of that. This may be due to quantity, this may be due to design, this may be due to this reason, this, that reason, because you are design oriented, quantity oriented, you are not contract oriented. And I say first document is contract, but you have to deal with that. You can't run out. You are an engineer. You cannot say this is my job. You have to deal with that. Get out here, say get lost from here, and will say you have to deal with that. That's why I'm very concerned about this, and that was the only reason that I'm talking you about this. Otherwise, there's no other reason I'm talking you about this. This is the only reason, and I'm now closing this file, and I'd like to take your leave at this moment because it's more than 4 hours and I want to close it. And that's very important point. And tomorrow we'll see what to do. Let me see what can I do with this, and let me close this and this live video, and other also, and other live video, and this stream as well. Go